the burning pain, listening to you harp on about some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish you'd wake up one day. Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, won't you bet walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. What's a girl to do? Lying on my bed staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, won't you bet walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I love you from the start. Confess I love you, just thinking of
The stream starts right now. Right after I turn the compressor back on. Chat, hello, and welcome to the Jake Don't Draw live stream super extravaganza special. I need more verbs to add to that. We are doing some Discord crits today, of course. I'm gonna sit and yap a chat for like probably 20-30 minutes, okay? There's gonna be a lot of people, just how it's gonna go. People are gonna say late at 2 o'clock. At 2:05, I'm gonna start the stream. I'm gonna talk for about 25 minutes until a critical mass of people complaining about me talking in chat hits. And then I'm gonna do the critiques. I'm gonna do all of them except yours. And then after about 4 hours of me critiquing, and then the stream ends, you're gonna go to the Art Challenge chat and say, he missed me. Okay? Welcome everybody to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. I'm your host, Jake. And I do actually draw. It is a bit of a misnomer. I'll say hello and hi to everybody. You're a prophet. I've just been down this road a few times now. Maybe the hardest Jake Don't Draw stream thumbnail ever, by the way. Just saying. Hello, Alexander and Kristen and Nikki, Warden, Emily, Poifo, Tar, Katie, Catter. What's up, everybody? Scrolling up. Got this fire-ass mug for Christmas. It's insulated. Oh, it feels so good to come in on the home beat drop. All right. Hello, Ezra and Lix. Welcome in, everybody. Okay. So, we did some 19th century photos. I guess I'll introduce the challenge and then I'll talk a little bit while people get in here. So here was the challenge this week. I give out a new challenge every 2 weeks, okay? For this one, I chose some 19th century photos. Allow me to pull that up here. Don't worry. I'm very slow. There we go. I chose some 19th century photos. I chose these very specifically. They're from a wonderful photographer from then called Julia Margaret Cameron. We got a few of these very nice ones here. You have 3 to choose from for the critiques. You can do whatever ones you wanted, but if you want critiques, you got to stick to these ones because it just gets a bit excessive. Guys, we had about maybe even over 100 submissions. I don't know if this is actually 100, but when I was done copying them all in, which took me like 40 minutes, it said 97 layers, and then like 3 people have posted since then. So I think we might be at like 100 submissions. One of you guys can count it up, all right? Absolutely insane. That's got to be, I think this is the biggest challenge turnout ever, which is crazy. It's crazy, actually. The most popular photo was... Oh, I keep losing my spot. I'm not a good streamer anymore, guys. I'm washed. I am washed. I am chunk. That is chopped unk. We have this one. And this one, second most popular, and then least popular. We only had about maybe 10 submissions for this one, just probably because of the complexity. And then this one was about maybe 30%, and the rest were this, so 60% or so. Yeah, I could drop everything into Pure Ref and then have it arrange them for me, but I would still have to manually copy and drag them all in. That's what takes most of the time. And then they also have to be like sorted. I guess I could do like the piles in PureRef, but then I don't know if you can copy those over separate layers into Photoshop. It's kind of nice to have them as separate layers. Create a new Photoshop file from the copied. Maybe I'll do that. It's like, it's 10,000 pixels. I think it's maybe 12,000 pixels wide too. Yeah, I guess I could just drag and drop. Yeah, maybe that'll speed me up a little bit. It also just takes a lot of time because I try to look at you guys and like group you accordingly and think about what I'm going to say. And so thinking takes a lot of time. For some of you, I'm not spending that much time on it, but we'll get to that later. All right. All right. I've been waiting 2 years to get into the server. I maybe that is true. It's technically possible that you've been waiting 2 years to get into the server because it's 18 plus. But you would have to be a early Jake Don't Draw adopter. You would have to be a pre 30 brushstrokes challenge Jake Don't Draw adopter. And speaking of that, this kind of gets me started on just one thing that I wanted to talk about here before we started. Give a little bit of pre-critique sermon, because it's something that I've seen recently and I've been thinking a lot about. It's going to take me, I have a few different ideas I'm connecting together here, so it'll take me a few seconds to kind of connect the dots on these, so forgive me, but I've been making content for full-time for almost 2 years now, a little bit, maybe closer to a year and a half than 2 years. And, when I started, I knew absolutely nothing. I didn't know what ISO on the camera meant. I didn't know any video editing software. I didn't know about OBS, really. I didn't know about running a community. I didn't know about any of this stuff. And I've learned a lot as I've gone. One thing that I've seen is that whenever I do anything, I just see a broader trend of people in my community doing the same thing. Right? If I'm talking about charcoal and stump figures, we got maybe 15 people or so, 15 to 20 people that have really taken up charcoal and stump figures and have done at least a couple of them. That's really cool. It's awesome to see that. One thing that I was doing a lot at the beginning of last year was I get fired up about all the art stuff and all the art history stuff. And I like to talk some shit sometimes. I think it's funny. I think it's entertaining. I think everyone can have a good time and learn from it. But I was talking a lot about some stuff. I was not afraid of drama. and I was talking my shit early last year. And one thing that I've noticed has come from that a lot, and I made a change about 6 or so months ago in the way that I talk about this stuff, maybe a little bit more than that now, is that I get passionate and I get fired up about a lot of stuff. Oh shit, is it gonna make me restart the stream? Fuck, I hate when that happens. It doesn't like it when I stream in 4K for some reason. I wonder if it's gonna crash though. All right, we'll just run it. If it crashes, just give it 30 seconds of refresh. I'm just gonna run it until it crashes. One thing that I made a change about 6 months ago was I didn't want to talk quite so negatively about stuff. Not because I don't feel comfortable doing it. I do, but what I see is that a lot of people will basically adopt the same beliefs as me because I'm right. You know, you guys know I'm right. But they don't have a lot of the foundational background to talk the same shit, but they still will. And I think it ends up just being kind of a bad look. I see a lot of people kind of saying things that they haven't fully gone down the path to fully conceptualizing yet on their own. And I didn't like how a lot of people would dogpile on stuff too, because somebody can say something that might be negative and it's a good point, but then the next person wants to jump on, the next person wants to jump on, and nobody's adding anything new, and it just gets way out of control. But so I made that change, and I've been happy with how I've seen from my community. Less negativity, and I think that's good. So I'm keeping that in mind for the future. I'm still gonna speak my mind, of course. Another thing that I've seen a lot, though, is because I share a lot of my feelings with you guys, my progress, and I'm often quite self-critical. I see a lot of you guys are also pretty self-critical. And I think it's somewhat natural to be kind of overly critical of yourself, because it feels like maybe it feels like being critical of yourself, being hard on yourself, saying, I hate this drawing of mine, I hate, this stuff sucks, like I'm not good. There is a self-analytical aspect of that where you're like looking at your mistakes and you're recognizing them and then trying to think about them and improve them. You're being intentional about them. And that is good, right? Like, it is good to look at your mistakes and try to improve on them if you want to get better at something. But what happens is a lot of the times that sort of criticalness, it really isn't a manifestation of like getting better. It's just a manifestation of anxiety. And I've kind of finally been through enough of these big cycles in art that I see this in myself, in my past self. I see this in people in my community. We often associate being really hard on ourselves with good things. Good, everything is subjective, but like ideas like discipline, ideas like, like persistence, discipline, working hard. Those are things that we associate with like getting better, and they certainly are true. But we tie those to like being self-critical, being negative, being, just negative self-talk. And this will be a VOD later, by the way. If you guys want to come back to the stream, you got to click on the live section of my channel. When you go to my YouTube channel, you got to click the live button, and then all the streams are there. Essentially, I've seen a lot of people think that being negative is an important way to improving themselves. And I understand where that comes from. Saying like, I hate my art, or this sucks, or this isn't good. I understand where that comes from because it's things that I've felt many, many times. But I actually don't think it has to be that way. And so I think in the year of big 2026, we should be more positive and accepting towards our art, because it opens up the ability for us to make a broader range of creative decisions. That sort of negativity, it results in a sort of paralysis. Like, for some of you, and there's different personality types that I see, there's different like archetypes that respond differently to this. For some of you, that sort of paralysis is like a physical paralysis. You just don't want to do bad things, and you don't want to be negative towards yourself. So you don't do art. You just don't draw at all because it's too paralyzing. And I think that is exceptionally bad, like exceptionally bad. But the other part of this that is more of a slow burn over time, but is just as bad, maybe just not as immediately, is that self-negativity, like pushing us to this idea that we have to just grind and get better. We have to just grind more, get better, do the fundamentals practice, right? And then we will get good, and we will, make the art that we want to make, and then feel better about ourselves. But it's a little bit of a false dichotomy, I think, because really a lot of these ideas are. It's just not like the way that things actually work, and that many of these ideas are not contradictory with each other. One thing that I see very frequently, and I feel this myself, I've guided a lot of my art off of this negative thought, is I don't want to make this type of art that I really like or that I dream of making one day because I am not good enough yet. So therefore, I will relegate myself, back to the fundamentals, back to the grind, guys, and then you go and draw boxes again, which I've done a million times. That is a false dichotomy because there's many different ways of making, good art or the art that you want to make. I said this in the Discord last night. There are plenty of people, especially people who've been drawing their whole lives since they were a kid. They're very good at making their cutesy, fun stuff in their style that's very pretty. They don't know any anatomy or perspective or value, unification. They don't know Lambert's law and relative value contrast and all this stuff, right? They're not good at working outside of their style, but they're really good at designing things. That design is the aspect and qualities of design is something you're never going to get from just doing academic studies. And so this sort of mindset where we're like, oh, I'm not good enough to do what I want. Well, there's an aspect of doing what you want that will never improve unless you actually do those things. And furthermore, on top of that, whether you be on the side of the atelier chuds or the box drawing chuds, the return back to the grind kind of is an endless trap. That doesn't, it forwards your skills and your understanding of these things, but it's like a siren. It's like a harpy. It pulls you in. You can always chase it more and more and more and more, but it doesn't ever actually get you closer to making art. It only gives you some of the prerequisite skills to make art. And so I'm increasingly unsatisfied with all of the different camps of art grinders out there, whether that be drawing just portraits and just academic nudes forever because, I shit on the site sizers for just taking all the information optically and not having a deeper understanding of a lot of these ideas or relying on, transferring over everything one-to-one. But also if you're oh, I'm a Cole French drawing Chad, but then you don't actually ever use the nude figures that you do to make art, then you're not in a Cole French drawing Chad. You're just like anyone else. You're just like all the other atelier Chuds, right? And if you're on the box drawing Chud side, well, you're always talking about going back to the fundamentals, going back to the grind, but then you just draw a bunch of box mannequin figures. And you don't ever make illustrations or fan art or whatever it is that inspires you to make stuff over there. There's essential skills from both sides. And then that's another thing that has come out of me, sharing a lot of my thoughts and the way that I feel about this type of stuff is, and this one is it's just personally frustrating to me a little bit. It's people that mean very well oftentimes. Sometimes they don't, but oftentimes it's people that mean very well. Is that I will express something oh, I'm not very good at perspective because I've drawn all this more fine art, atelier style, realist art style stuff. I'm not very good at these form and perspective ideas and drawing and making illustrations, composition maybe. The people from that side of the crowd will be oh, finally, Jake's figured it out. Jake, now you need to go do draw a box. Go draw 250 boxes and then start drawing the figures. no, for the same reasons that I just said, you are just the other side of that grind vortex. Like, you haven't figured out something that I haven't figured out. You're just happy that I think I might switch camps. And I've been, doing this for long enough now that I've done both sides many, many, many times. And, I see these cycles and I see these communities, and there's just a bit of personal, like, frustration that I feel. And again, oftentimes it by people meaning very well, but it feels very condescending oftentimes when people are like, oh, Jake, it's so great that you're trying to learn perspective now. Like, you should try learning how to draw a box, like you should try rotating 20 boxes in perspective. It's like, I get that that's something that's worked for you. I've done that actually, maybe 10, like I've gone through that phase of learning those things maybe 10 times now, once or twice a year for years now. It's not the solution, right? Like, you guys are all, there's a lot of people who recommend these little, like, individual remedies to try to solve this, like, greater philosophical problem. Okay. I think that's most of what I wanted to say. So in 2026, guys, let's be more open to new things to ourselves. I wrote out a little bit about this morning. There's a couple things I wanted to touch on there. What started me, I just said I wasn't going to talk shit, so maybe I won't pull up the video. But what started me on this idea was I got this reel last night on my feed, and it was like, why people do work 12 hours a day, at their job all the time. So why is it that people look at me when I say that I draw 12 hours every day? There's no reason why you can't be drawing 12 hours a day too. And I was like, what the fuck is this real? This is an insane thing to say, for so many different reasons. And I looked at the guy's YouTube channel, and I was actually surprised that he did have, out of like the past 3 weeks, he did have like 9 days where he streamed for 12 hours straight and drew. But then when I looked at the videos, he would actually just like get up and leave the stream running for like 4 hours of that time. So it was drawing 6 hours is actually should be very celebrated, and that's a great amount of work. Like, I don't draw 6 hours a day, but also, like, there's clearly a lot of like aesthetics and ideas of being a serious grinder artist who takes it seriously, built it and wrapped up into this. That's not really about the art. And I think long term, those things are not really conducive to learning faster or, achieving your goals. And the type of art the guy was making was just a bunch of like box mannequin figures. It was like one sheet of like box mannequin figures in Kim Jong-gi style, like anatomy studying. It wasn't any actual like application of illustrations. It wasn't like a crazy amount of quantity. It wasn't like targeted studies. It's a study slop, and I see this. I think it's the same thing from a lot of the Atelier stuff too on the other side, where we're doing things to help ease our anxiety about art, but we don't have to, there's always some level of anxiety. Anxiety is a good thing. When you say something, when you post some cringe to a shoddy and she grimaces at you, I don't know why I'm using all these words, and you feel cringe and you feel bad for that, it's a social feeling that's there because that's our brains trying to make us fit into society, for better or for worse. Those things can be there for good, and anxiety can be there for good too. But we shouldn't be driven by it. Essentially, we should just be more cognizant of it. I don't think it's the 10,000 hours guy. Oh wait, you're talking about something else. Have you seen the guy who's doing an experiment when he draws for 10,000 hours? Does like 1 to 2 every day with a highly scientific approach. I think I watched one of his videos. Did he do a 700-hour review? I think I skimmed through one of his videos and I watched like a 5 or 10 minute segment where he was reflecting on some stuff. And actually, I really liked what he was talking about. He's actually seemingly made a lot of progress in like 700 hours. And he doesn't seem like super over the top about like being a cool grinder guy. Yeah, so I kind of liked what that guy had to say and actually related to a lot of it. I gave myself cringe, yeah. I know. But I won't feel shame. I'll just double down on it. All right, let's get started on some critiques, everybody. I hope this is a meaningful few words for you. Got some hot water going. So we had, now that there's more people here, we had 100 submissions for this. 100,000 maybe even. It is probably our biggest drawing challenge yet. There are so many in here. I am not going to get to every single one of them. Okay? You can post in the freaking art chat after this saying, he missed me. I know I missed you. I've tried to separate some of these out into different groups, but even that is very hard. Because it would have taken me probably over like an hour and a half to like really look at all these and sort them out and to take notes and stuff. I just didn't have the time to do that this morning. I was finishing up my submission, to be honest, which isn't on here. I'll show you guys in a second. But there are some like big ideas that I want to go over, and when I'm giving that critique to the person next to you or for your group in general, it's also applying to you. I know that you want your own personal draw over because you're special, but you know, these are big ideas that absolutely you can very easily implement back into your art. And, you know, just because you're like in this group doesn't mean you didn't make mistakes from the group below. And, you know, it's very, very, very loose groupings, guys. It's not really like a hard skill ranking. You know, generally the people at the bottom I have, you know, more like higher level ideas for, but that's it. The photos that we had for this, these 19th century photos I found, very nice. The reason why I chose 19th century photos... Ah, shit, I hope I'm not playing copyright music. The reason why I chose 19th century photos is because 19th century photography, well, just like the level of like art knowledge and skill back then was a little bit higher. And you know, anyone has a phone in their pocket nowadays, and everyone's taking the worst photos ever. And when you take your iPhone out of your pocket and you take a picture, after you take the picture, the iPhone basically says, this guy's an idiot. He has no idea what he's doing. I'm going to make a ton of creative decisions for him. And when you look at like older photos, they don't have any, it's, you know, it's like a bunch of chemicals on a piece of glass or whatever. They don't have those sort of same type of decision makings, or a lot of it is being handled by the artist. And so you get a lot better value, you get a lot better composition. It's a lot more intentional, so you get much better composition. The photos just tend to have a lot more artistic merit to them. But there are still like a lot of things about these photos that are very, very difficult as a result. And that is, they're super long exposure, right? So if somebody moves even a little bit, things get blurry. And there's a lot of blurriness, like you don't get that sort of crispness, that sharpening that you do get on modern photos. And so you have to make a lot of decisions about where to sharpen things, where to place accent marks, where to decide where to group things together and where not to, on your own. And that's really the nice challenge of working from these photos. That's why I love 19th century art. There's a level of decision making in here that I'm seeing you guys really struggle with in some ways, in a good way. And I think that's really great. It's really great to see. Some of you guys are just trying to really faithfully recreate the photo, which is great. You need that practice in accuracy of getting the proportions right, understanding form, understanding portrait drawing, understanding groupings of values and lights and darks. Some of you guys are trying to make more creative decisions, designing compositions, adding color. I'll get to those towards the end and do my best. I'm learning a lot of that stuff right now too. So I decided I wanted to do a drawing or a piece of art in the style of Generation Z. That is the lead artist for Hades. I am pulling up some pictures right now. Do I have a PureRef thing on here? Window capture. PureRef. Apparently it's already on here. Yeah, okay, cool. So I wanted to do this one and get some inspiration from Gen Z. I think this is a really great exercise for you guys if you want to try more creative work, is to try to rip off somebody else's style as hard as you possibly can. Like, there's no shame. There's nothing wrong with doing that at all. If you need to steal some colors from them, you know, go ahead. Think about look at the big ideas from them. You know, with somebody like Gen Z, which is just a funny name. It's Jenzee. Apologies to her for what's happened. She is incredibly good at shape design. I played Hades 2 during, you know, the Christmas time, and it was really fun. Incredibly good at shape design, really good at colors. She does these like really wonderful, what's a good example of this? Like accents of these dancing colors. They don't really make sense to any one light source. They're just there to accent this stuff and make it look cool. There's a lot of like big shape ideas that I want to learn right now, and so that's what I was trying to pull from. The music's really loud in my ear. It's not loud in your ear, but we listen to different volumes. There we go. So this was my attempt at that. I spent like 5.5 hours on it. And I definitely learned a lot about... I actually didn't watch... I'll show you guys the time-lapse. I have a little time-lapse of it. And then I'll get to you guys. I know it's all about me. I'm sorry. December... That's the best way. I think I can drag this into the browser. Here we are. So, I've never done any sort of line work before. I have no idea how to do line work. I didn't look up any guides on like cell shading or anything. I just like tried to rip it. And there was definitely a point where I was like right here and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna work out. But my new philosophy is just to push through, and it does work. So one thing that I think I could have improved about this process a lot was that you can see I pulled in one of the photos just to steal a couple of the starting colors, and then I made most of the color decisions on my own from this point. I reworked this hand for like an hour this morning. I had to do some redrawing and stuff. One of the things that I really learned is I basically drew it in my typical like accurate, realist, sketchy style or whatever. And then I realized that if I'm trying to make something stylized, I'm trying to push the shapes and that type of stuff, then I can't just like draw it in the most realist way possible. I need to make those decisions more bold and earlier on. And so I ended up like backpedaling a lot, around this stage and trying to like make much bigger decisions. I made the eyebrow shape much larger. I reworked the hair and the crown, and that really helped to pull it together. And then I added like my own decorative like motifs in the hair and stuff. So this was really fun. I learned a lot, and actually I'm pretty happy with how it came out. All right, let's get started. It's one of the hardest Jake Don't Draw live stream thumbnails ever, I think. I really think. Because I normally try to give myself like a little bit of time, but it took me so long to put together this board that I threw that stream thumbnail together in like 5 minutes flat. And normally I just take one of the old ones. All right, very good. So now you all have been introduced to the topic. Let's do some drawing. Make a little layer for myself up here. We have a whole lot of you that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about some of the basic ways that we approach drawing, that we think about how to set up a drawing, how we make those decisions early on, because there is a level of planning that's required in order to keep pushing a drawing further. Like, if you just want to sit down and spend 15 minutes, then you can do pretty much anything. But the problem is when you push something really hard and you get to the end of that 15 minutes and you haven't set up any level of like proportions or thinking about the composition, well then like half of your figure is running off of the page and you have like a really messy face that you can't like erase in, and it's just stuff is all over the place, and basically the long-term planning of that drawing died in the first, 5 minutes, those types of decisions. So the person who said, yep, you're banned. That's what we come here for. That's what we come here for. Come back next stream, all right? Come back next stream when you enjoy it. Layer 101. I can't get baited by stream all chat. I can't get baited by chat all stream. There we go. So I want to help push some of that planning and some of that intentional thinking for you all. That way we can push things further and, spend more amounts of time on this stuff and really understand that. So the essence of that is a little bit of like compositional planning. Some of you guys too, I just want to say, there's a couple people down here that I remember, like this one, I can tell like I put this one a little bit lower because the drawing skill is like a little bit better. But I can tell that some of y'all are drawing really, really small. This looks like it can't be bigger than like that big. Maybe this one too. And there's another one in here too. And if you're drawing really small on the page, it's like using a file size that's like 500 by 500. Like you can make a good piece of art in it, but you're going to get to the point where you're like pushing these pixels around and you can't get that level of precision, and it's really hard to know where your mistakes are or how to fix those mistakes. That is, I think, a manifestation of some level of like timidness or anxiety, worrying about making it bigger. It's just everything is harder when you're doing it really small. And the difference between something being right and something being wrong is like a millimeter, where if it was scaled up much larger, that difference might be, 2 centimeters, a significant amount more space. So if we're doing a drawing that's longer, let's make it bigger. Let's think about how it sits on the page. I know I say this every time, but it is something that I have to say every time. Not only because there's new people here, but because even if you've heard it once, like we have these ideas that we can just like listen to somebody tell us about art and we'll just understand it. Like we all have this fantasy, I think, if you tried to like learn anatomy for figure drawing, that all we have to do is just take one pass through the body, maybe build like an écorché or something, and just learn every muscle, learn the name, the origin, insertion of every muscle, and then we'll know anatomy forever, and then we'll be really good at drawing. But that's just not the way it works at all. We can't just... The most that we can get when we learn anything is like maybe 10% of it. And so you have to keep doing it over and over and over again in order for it to like actually set in and be valuable. Let me pull this over here. Oh, was that Joe? Wait, that was Joe? Oh, it's Gabrielle. all right. I'll untime her out. I actually don't know how to untime her. Do any of my mods know how to untime out people? I don't know how to untime you out. Put user in timeout. I think that just adds. One of my mods will figure that out. I'm sure you can find somebody to complain to. Oh, I got one guide. I got one guide so hard. We haven't even drawn a single line on the stream yet, and I got one guide. Oh no. So when we have a piece of sketchbook paper, it's okay to choose this and just do a portrait. It's okay to choose this and to do the whole thing. It's okay to take this and to make a composition out of it. Like Katie made a nice composition out of one of these. A lot of these end submissions are great. Poifo did really good. Canvas Engineer. This is Bopo, or it starts with a B. Fuck, I'm sorry. Catter. There are some really nice compositional ones in here. There's one that's more of like a New Age illustration one. But no matter what choice we want to make, like let's say we want to do just a portrait, we want to make sure that like we get that portrait on the page. My brush size a little bit bigger. Maybe think about like the big shapes that it's gonna make. We want to make sure that it's like roughly centered on the page, or at least arranged in like a pleasing way, you know, not halfway off the page. You know, maybe that's like the hair on this side, and then like she's gonna have like the neck coming down, and that's probably about the neck length. Yeah, I think that looks good. There's like this little thing she's got here, and then this would be right about here. Right, this is actually a really nice composition. I like this quite a bit. Right, we have like a nice taper. It's flowing off of the page. The negative space isn't too much. You know, we're thinking about the page. We're engaging with it. It's arranged well. Is this perfectly accurate and proportional? No, but you're like setting up those big ideas first. And if you can get the big ideas right in working simply, then you can, it's much, much easier to move on to the next. If you don't think about those big ideas at first, then you're really going to have a difficult time later on. You're going to run into issues with your planning. And if you're working really small, then, you know, sometimes people submit stuff that's like really small and they're like, I worked on this for like 3 hours or 4 hours. My only question is normally, what did you do with the other 2.5 hours? Because I just imagine that they have a really finely sharpened out pencil and they're like digging into those details and they're really interested in getting it perfect. But you know, if you're not like thinking about that big composition, how things fit together, then I think that there's just, you're maxing out on what you can do within that resolution. Yeah, center line of the face and difficult angles, definitely. That's where I'm going. I'm going to talk about form with these guys. Actually, no, I'm going to talk about... some form stuff here, too. Yeah, we'll talk about form. And then there was some shape stuff I wanted to talk about here. And then I think some value stuff or more of the same here. Some composition and more advanced stuff there. Yeah, so okay, we'll talk about some form stuff. So thinking about how we set that up on the page. Don't take a picture of it and crop the bottom and try to hide it. You know, have some good planning, right? And think about too how that impacts your medium choices. Like these are very tonal. I know I'm not doing a ton of drawing and that's frustrating probably, but these are things you have to think about. Like these are really tonal drawings. They're very dark. They have just a lot of tone that you have to put down. So is working with like a 2H graphite pencil on a big canvas a good idea? No, like you're just never going to get enough darkness down. So unless you want to work the whole thing very, very subtly and very light and keep everything properly exposed, which is just insanely difficult, which is fine if that's what you want to do. If you're not doing that level of planning, which I don't think most of you guys are, then like choose a medium that works for what we're doing. Normally, I like to recommend charcoal because it allows you to get a full value range very quickly and be very accurate at the same time. So I think it's just very nice. Digital is going to work great for this. If you're doing like just a portrait or something like that, you're working on a smaller piece of paper, then graphite or something would be a better choice as well. How do I unban something? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Joes. You do provide Jackbox for the Discord, so I won't ever ban you again. I dropped my pen. Also, I was raging last stream because my pen was breaking. I thought my Photoshop was glitching. My pen just stopped working in the middle of the stream. It was completely broken, and I had to buy a new one after that. I have no idea what happened. I was talking about material stuff because with watercolor, you're going to need to set up a drawing. You're going to need to, if you're working at details that are this small and this precise, probably want to work much bigger. And, the drawing here actually isn't that bad, but it's probably just too small. And I think it's just a really difficult medium to make something this delicate work. But the drawing here is actually not that bad. Maybe I'll drag you down or something. I just think you're going to hit a wall really quickly with something like that. After that 40 minutes or whatever, you're probably not going to have much to do. Okay, so let's talk about let's talk about this here. I think this is a good one to show it on. I'll take this one. This guy's in the Discord. Put you right here. So, one thing that we want to think about is those big ideas of setting stuff up on the page. And then how do we work inside of that, right? Oh, how am I on the background there? How do we work after that? You know, maybe we get this general layout here. Let's mark where top of our drawing is going to be. You know, this is about here to the bottom of the beard is like, let's say this is 1 unit. Carry that down again. The bottom of the beard is going to be about halfway down the drawing, if not a little bit more. You know, and then the hands are like right under there. The hands are going to be right about here. And then the bottom of the drawing is going to be over there. So that's just some nice notes that we can take. Now we have this drawing like positioned pretty well on the page, just that simply, which is really nice. So let's say this is where the hair is, and this hair comes up into like a point. And we have a crown, and that crown is wrapping around the head. I'm going to talk about some form ideas here in a second. But first we'll just get like a big general layout. Let's say, you know, about where the nose is, and then those shoulders slant down over here. Come out to the sides. There's a million different ways that you can do this and set up your drawing, but no matter which way, you know, generally we want to be working in that idea of general to specific, right? Those big shape ideas down to the little ones. Okay. So now that we have something that's reasonable for us to work in, let's talk about the form of the head. You could set this up if you want with like an oval. You could do something that's maybe a little bit more akin to the Loomis method. Remember that we have a crown on the head. So the crown has to wrap around the head, right? It does sit kind of loose on him, and it's being propped up by the hair a little bit. So the ellipse of the crown isn't really quite as aggressive as the ellipse of the head, but just want to be thinking, okay, it's on his head, it's going to have to wrap around it. Everything has some sort of three-dimensional quality to it. And then we have our forehead that comes down. I'm actually going to move this up just a little bit. We have our head that's going to come down like this. It tilts inwards to the side. We're going to get our jaw. And we're going to come out and around. And basically what I'm thinking about here is that the head is basically a welding mask. If this is our head, I can do a circle that's maybe a little bit better than that. And we look at it from the side about halfway down. We get this mask that wraps around, comes down and out. Make this like, there we go. Right. Do it from a 3/4 angle. You get this mask that comes out and around. Like this. It's like a knight's helmet too. Same thing. If you're going to draw a knight's helmet, basically the exact same thing. This is where the ear will go. A little bit large. Alright. You get the eyes on here, the brow line on here. And knight's helmet, same thing. You know, maybe it's got some sort of... really haven't been studying my knight's helmets enough. They normally have like a really thin slit for the eyes, like this. Some of them come out with like a little beak, like the houndstooth. Right. And then generally just like a little bit more angled, but sometimes not really. And maybe it's got like a little ponytail or something. Right. So this head is looking down, and it's also looking to the side. I think it's a good idea if you just like sit and look before you start any sort of drawing. This is something I'm just starting to do, actually. This is brand new for me, but I think it's really good advice. I got this advice from a guy named Tom Fox, really good storyboard artist. Before you start to draw any sort of reference, just sit, put a 1-minute timer on, and just look at it for 1 minute and think about the shapes. Think about which way is the head moving, which way is the body moving, what's the tilt of the shoulders, what's the tilt of the hips. It's going to change depending on which image you're looking at. But just sit and look at it, right? And think about and visualize what those forms are, what it's doing. A lot of people, most people just start drawing without like any sort of forethought. I do this all the time. It's very normal. But you'll gain a lot and also store a lot more in your head if you actually let yourself internalize some of that information. So this head is looking downwards, right? And it's looking to the side, and we have a tilt across all of the features at this angle, right? It's hard because his beard is here. We have to just trust in ourselves and kind of know where to find these things. And that takes a little bit of experience, but it's all right. Where the chin is. Right, we know that jaw is going to come back. You don't have to do like a perfect mannequin construction of everything, by the way. These are just ways of thinking about things. And as you get better, you know, you can practice these things and implement them and recall them from memory. I'm going to talk to some of you later about doing this. You guys like draw like a perfect mannequin before you start and you lose a lot of the likeness before it. So that's not like, these are ideas to keep in mind and to put down the marks of, but not to like literally do every single part of. So we understand this from here. We also have like this big beard shape that I think is really nice. We should probably try to get that in. Something like that. This distance from here to here, it looks like about the distance to the brow line. Here to here, here to here. Yeah, I would say that's probably about where the brow line is. We're not working with like absolute measurements, but the further we get in, the more precise those measurements need to be, right? Maybe I'm weird, but I'm staring at my reference phase. Run my finger over the shapes? Yeah, sure. I think like internalizing stuff might be powerful. I literally just started doing the visualization and looking at stuff, so I will report back on if I think that is helpful. I think it might be helpful. People always ask me if I have like aphantasia or whatever, or like a hyperactive imagination or whatever, and that's why I'm good at art. Right now, I don't think any sort of internal visualization or dreaming or anything is relevant at all in my process. I think I would rate that at about 1 to 0% of how I work. But maybe that will change. Maybe I will grow those skills. Let's stay in here for some big ideas. This shoulder is going around and it's hitting about the nose area. It's also taller than the beard and a little bit lower than the brow. So I'm gonna bump this shoulder up a little bit here. And we'll feel that motion, rhythm come out on the other side and down. And then that hair is wrapping around, coming out of the crown. Move that crown back just a little bit. Stay like pretty loose and try to move over the whole painting at this stage, the whole drawing. And that doesn't mean just like phone stuff in. You need to like be able to move at a consistent pace. It's like moving quickly or moving briskly. It's not like just rushing and being like, okay, and then there's like a hand. I'm gonna like explain this later. I'll just do this. And then like here's the finger, and then I'm definitely gonna get this later, and I'll put this in like more accurately later, and then like yeah, that will look good later. Like you don't want to do that. It's not a good idea. But we do want to move with some balance of speed and accuracy. So the mantra that I think works well for that is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. right? And if something's too complicated to put in now, we can always simplify it, right? And stay accurate, stay smooth. Try to keep your hand and your wrist relaxed the whole time, your elbow. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. If you're like super tense, you know what? I've given myself like tendonitis like 100 times, and I'm realizing it's just because I am like squeezing my wrist super hard, squeezing my pen really hard. I mean, I have like other, muscular weaknesses and stuff from like sitting in my chair in bad posture, but a lot of it is just because I am not relaxed at all. And so it's a habit that you guys need to build early on. You have to just keep reminding yourself to move slow, move fast. A lot of the times when we're fighting for more control, for more accuracy, we think that we're going to get that by like grasping it harder, by like literally gripping our pen harder, or like using a more specific technique, or having the perfect pen or the perfect brush or whatever. But oftentimes really letting go is how we will acquire those things. And it's a very difficult thing to wrap your head around. So now we have like a pretty nice lock-in. And I think this person did a pretty nice job of getting a lot of those big shapes. Like when I actually look at this, I do see a lot of those big shapes are like pretty close, right? One thing that I'm seeing, like I think the big shapes, like you got this angle right, you got this angle right. I think at this stage here, it's a good time to ask ourselves, is this kind of awkwardly positioned on the page? And I do think like this does feel a little bit awkwardly positioned on the page. Like I would have erased a little bit here and just tried to like move stuff in a little bit. Right, and then some of these angles, just pull them in a little bit tighter. Some of this stuff isn't bad. Like if I check a plumb line, a straight up and down line, that's one way I can look at accuracy. It's going to go through that eye socket. Here we're hitting like kind of the right side of the eye socket, this like third crown here. Here, we're feeling that like maybe this is stretched out a little bit or pulled over. Most of the big angles in this are reasonably close. So that tells me that there's probably some form issues that we want to look at. I think will be a nice next step. So let me draw on yours now. Half of the people in the live stream chats are like computer science students or engineering students in the Discord too. There's like a crazy amount of people in like STEM that are in the community, which I think is interesting. Okay, so let's look for where our cranium is going to be, where our head's going to be here. So we'll get like a nice circle in there. And on the side of our circle, if we put this, here's how you turn the head, guys. If I put the center line straight down the middle of the head, that means this guy is looking at me. Straight on, right? If I put the center line Okay. We said this is about where our chin is. I think the face is like a little bit long, so I'm going to bump this up a bit. And this is where our jaw is going to come back, and it's going to come back and connect up over here. Remember that welding mask? Comes back, up and around. I'm going to connect that welding mask like right along where that crown connects. Right. And then we'll put the crown in too. Remember, we're wrapping the thing around the head. There's like a little bit more, when you're in the 3/4 view, there's a little bit more cranium that gets attached to the side. Just because our head is wider than it is tall. It's not a perfect square, it's a rectangle that's slightly longer. So we're wrapping that around in here. Right, we have that crown that comes out, and that crown is also wrapping around. Like this generally. It's going to follow the same curvatures that it does at the bottom. Then we'll have our forehead. And we're looking down, so we'll go... I'm just, looking at the amount of space here, the amount of negative space here. We have our brow. The side of our brow. Where our nose will end about halfway to the chin. This looks pretty good. What are those big shapes? Well, we have this brow that flares out and over. Part of the brow over here. Comes back, and we have the side of the head where we're going to connect in. Come down, and we basically get this nice like visor shape here that's going to contain our eyes and control that flow. So what that looks like from another angle, draw this like looking up at it. Comes back. Here's our jaw connecting to the side of our head, like the underside of our jaw. Not my best neck. That form doesn't make sense. That looks like is basically this visor shape cutout. Right, we're just taking basically a wedge or a chisel, and we're carving through here, and that's where our eyeballs sit in. Right, because our eyeballs need to be protected. If a tiger were to come and like slash right down your face, right? That slash is going to hit your forehead, which protrudes outwards like a big shield of armor. It's going to hit your forehead just like this. It's going to hit that brow line, which pushes forward. That's why like monkeys and Neanderthals, which fight more, have bigger foreheads. It's more protection. And then hopefully it's going to skip your eye, which is inset. And it's going to scrape down your cheekbone, which is also pushing forward. And that's why if you get like a cool, scar on a maybe on like a character design or something, that scar goes like this. And maybe there's like a little bit on the eyelid or something. But in general, it hits those points, and then our eyes are kept safe and further back. So that's the sort of like wedge-like shape that we're sticking in there. And everything inside of there needs to follow that same tilt of the head, right? This is the tilt of the head, of the eyes. It's the tilt of the brow. It's the tilt of the bottom of the nose, of the corners of the mouths, of the chin, of everything. All right, everything has to be parallel. And we can see on yours, to the side here, we don't get that nice strong feeling of the separation of the front and the side of the head, which is really what the brow is. right? We should have this plane which comes forward, and then it needs to chop in and come out a little bit. Right? Chops in and comes out over here. Then everything needs to be lined up parallel. And there's not a super strong feeling of that wrapping around. This is our brow bone coming off. This is cutting back. And then we're getting some sort of alignment in here. I'm going to move to somebody else and keep explaining these same ideas. Here, I'll save this. There. Let me find somebody else. Some of you guys, a lot of you guys have that feeling like pretty nice. An airbrusher. I love airbrushers. Let's let an airbrusher experience my wrath. So here's the thing about airbrushes, right? Airbrushes are totally fine. Any brush is fine. But the problem is we want to create the feeling of things being, they don't have to be accurate, but we want them to feel believable. We want them to feel three-dimensional. We want them to feel like they have fronts, like they have sides, like they have volume to them. And whatever, style you want to do that in is fine. There's plenty of ways to make that happen with an airbrush if you want to. But the problem is that airbrushing doesn't set up those big groups. It doesn't set up the volumes, the fronts and sides very well. I think it's much better to kind of aim for, well, one, just like a linear drawing, just lines, and getting that really strong, and then getting, practicing putting in your shadows first. You do a drawing like this, get those big shadow shapes in there, lay in all your shadows first, and then work from there, kind of from that shadow towards the light. If you try to do too many things at once, I think things just get a little bit mushy. They become art soup. We want to avoid airbrush soup or just, value soup. I see it all the time. So let me just paint right on top of this one here. And let's just try to, using a harder brush, just strengthen this up. So we want to really actually just... Also, guys, I know that it feels wrong to, go down the value, the value slider or color picker or whatever and choose black, because black is scary. But there's nothing wrong with making your shadows black. Don't undershoot stuff just because you're scared of black. It's only going to make things much, much worse, right? So we just described how that forehead is a plane like this that comes down, sitting on the grander ball of the head, which is maybe, we'll say it's like this. So yeah, just putting just doing this, putting some harder lines in here. Doesn't this actually make it already feel a lot stronger? Even just this. We want to make sure we got light coming down. This is all one big forehead plane, right? We're cutting down. This is our visor. And then let's just connect this up to the chin. So we have this front plane. This is also front plane. It's leaning more forwards. And then this is the side of the head. The side of the head, guys, where's my skull? This is the last guy who used an airbrush on stream, okay? His name was Potluckins. Okay, RIP. If I pull backwards on this skull, watch what happens. Right, I'm pulling backwards, I'm pulling towards myself, I'm pulling towards myself. I'm moving around, nothing's happening. Now I hit the side of the skull. It's pretty freaking flat. It's a pretty much like a very hard separation between the front and the side. And so if I have a light source that's coming from oh, somebody donated $2 earlier,
Thanks
and I
for
love
the
you.
stream and the crits, Jake.
Thank you, Lizard158.
Celebratory hands in the air emoji.
For the $5.82. Thank you. If we have a light source that's coming from only one direction, right, the front, then like the whole side gets a pretty unified shadow. The light source is coming from the same angle as the camera pretty much, and so it's kind of hard to see. But you know, light source is hitting this side, and then the bottom is all in shadow. It's hitting the front, and then the side is all in shadow. Right? So oh, that was Pharaoh. Oh, thank you. I think sight size is a good method. I gotta stay focused here. I have a lot of long rants about sight size. But I think it just leans too heavily on a set of conditions that you need to make sure happens every time. And it's not historically accurate. I would love to talk more, but it's just gonna be a 10-minute diatribe. Oh, I can turn some lights back on. All right, so we have our front and we have our side. So we know that's a pretty hard corner. So the values, they tell us about what we're looking at. Our values should explain what's going on. And when everything is soft, when everything is soupy, well then what that's telling us is that like this is what the corner of it looks like. But probably not even. It's really telling us that like it doesn't even make sense. Like it's so soft. There's like it's just not turning anywhere near fast enough as it needs to, right? It needs to be moving like, well, we're kind of like at eye level a little bit, so it doesn't look that strong. So all we have to do, say, hey, like, let's just use a brush with some texture, or we'll just use a hard round brush. And let's just make those separations. I'm going to talk more about like values and stuff in general. There's not really a lot of difference between the front and the side, but even just to prove the point. All right, this is how I do the 30 brushstroke challenge, guys. Right, because I'm literally just carving planes when I do the 30 brushstroke challenge. Because the big form ideas, well, they make big form changes, right? They make things feel three-dimensional. And that's like, if you only have 30 brushstrokes, then that's all you need. You just need something that feels three-dimensional and has like the right colors. You don't actually have to describe any of this stuff. And we'll use, take like a intermediate value for the front plane. Right, and so we're much more three-dimensional here. We're making those bolder decisions. Now, in actuality, again, later on, I'm going to talk about like how to pick values and stuff with some of the other people. But first, I want to get across those form ideas. Like, even if your value choices are a little bit skewed, then you know, if you understand kind of the form, you can kind of push some stuff around. It's a bit hard to separate the two from each other. All right, let me get a little dash for the eye. Right, like these are the types of like shape and value decisions that I'm making when I'm working on mine too, right? I'm just like trying to stylize the shapes in a certain way. But I still have like that big front plane, and then, you know, areas where we're getting light, and then wrapping around a shadow. So front plane, side plane. And we know forehead and visor shape now too. Let's choose somebody else. I'm going to keep all these just for funsies. We'll do one of the ladies here in a second. We really can't see like a lot of the rest of the face because of his big beard. So actually, yeah, let's do one of the ladies. This one will be good. Perfect. I already have like this very similar composition set up on my drawing. So we talked about the visor shape, or our welding, the welding mask. Right, the welding mask is, we have our head that's a sphere. Who just got nuked by chat? Oh, probably the... I think I have a good idea. We know that our face is like 3/4 turned away, right? So our center line is shifted a little bit more to the side of that sphere. And we know that this head isn't looking down, it's looking upwards, right? So like I'm looking straight at you, the center line's down the middle of my head, I turn to the side, now the center line is, you know, unequally spaced in between the two sides. I look up, that line starts to tilt upwards, right? Or starts to tilt to the side. It's a bit weird because, I mean, this is all of why drawing is hard, is we're explaining three-dimensional things on a flat surface, right? And so, you know, a line tilting, right, changes. It's doing a lot more in space, but it changes from this to this, right? But this just means we're tilting that line to the side, right? And it's the same way, right? This is a little bit of a deceptively tricky pose, certainly. Let's see. We kind of have to make the decision on if we're looking down at her or if we're looking up at her. And I think we're looking kind of a little bit more downwards at her. So if you are, you know, drinking coffee. Why am I drawing this? I'm literally have a mug right here. If I'm drinking coffee, I'm holding my mug at eye level. Okay? You can't see the top or the bottom. I almost dropped that in there. It is just a flat line straight across. Now, when I lower my mug, I'm holding it flat right now. Straight line. Below eye level. Now you can see into my mug. I mean, everybody knows this intuitively, right? When I pull it up, now you can see the bottom of it. You can't see into the top and the bottom of the mug at the same time. I don't think there's any conditions in which that could occur. Maybe. How did it... Where's the jar? Right here. Sometimes I need warm water, sometimes I need cold water. Why am I getting thanked for showing the bottom of the cup? What if I cut the mug in half? It's still a cylinder, it's just a cylinder that's half of the height. What does that mean? Oh, I guess you would be looking through it, but you wouldn't be seeing a top perspective and a bottom perspective. You would just be seeing two bottom perspectives. So we're looking probably down on this lady. And the way we know that is we're not really seeing the underside of her jaw, right? If we're looking up at her, we would see something like this. This is what I'm like really not that great at, to be honest, drawing this stuff from my head. All right, this is the free run looking up meme. Right, if we were looking up at her, we'd see that bottom side of her jaw. But instead, we're probably looking down on her because we can't see that. And we can see the top of her head. So she is our mug of coffee. And we know we're above her because we see the top of her. Okay, so we can connect up our jaw. Like this. We can see the line that goes across all of her features is going like this. And we know it's going upwards because we're above her and it's going towards our eye level, basically. If we were below her, it would be going downwards. There's probably conditions at which that wouldn't. I'm diving into murky water, which I'm not prepared to teach. This is stuff that I'm kind of good at. I'm okay at. I have a knowledge of, but expressing it, vocalizing it is very difficult. So we have that welding mask. Gonna go probably like this, basically. Looking down at her. Right. And when we're looking at somebody in a 3/4 view, we can see a little bit more of their skull too. So technically there's like a little bit more width to her head. You don't got to get all that down. You know, you can take a more, shapy, angular approach to that. And that's probably what I would recommend. But this is the type of stuff you want to build inside of it once you have those big shapes, right? So same over here. All right, this is what I blocked out at the beginning. I can kind of just eyeball where that eye level is, or sorry, the brow line is. And generally the face splits into thirds, so this is probably about where we get our nose, and then our chin, be like right here. Center line. Sure we have that alignment of the center line. That looks fine. Bring that jaw back. And we'll connect it up. And you can, again, you don't got to think about everything in this super complicated 3-dimensional, draw 10 boxes and rotate them and find the perspective and horizon line and stuff like that. It is helpful to understand those things so that you can kind of double check the ideas that you are thinking about. But you can start by thinking about these broader angles, these broader shapes, and how those shapes fit together. And then kind of make sure you're clicking them together by double checking them with more form logic. Actually, that's not a welding mask. I'm kidding. There's 10 people in chat right now trying to bait me. I'm not falling for it. I already crashed out and banned, our longtime Discord patron. Okay? Unless you want to get banned, unless you want to catch some friendly fire, then watch out. Okay, so let me take this back over to here. Right, we have our center line. It's probably not quite that aggressive of a tilt. You're relatively lined up on the center line. This is our brow line, we'll say. Pick that up, and the head is probably going to be, the skull is going to be, right in here. So all this stuff, it's pretty crazy. A lot of times I think drawings are super far off or whatever. I'm not saying about this one, but just in general. And then I'll take them to the side and I'll start drawing over them, and I'll see oh, the way that you arrived at this stuff is actually, it makes sense. You're not that far off, you're using the right set of logic. But just some small things make a really big difference. And that's just the way that drawing be. And it'd be pretty frustrating sometimes, but at least if you know that and can stay aware of it, then you also can know that in a good way, right? You can know that you're not that far away from fixing stuff that might feel hopeless. This is kind of those big hair shapes in here. Hair is flowing down, that neck. We can kind of just look where that neck is flowing through if we continue the line. Basically hits like the middle of the nose. It's pretty common when the chin is jutting out. You notice that like the far side of the chin is about where the neck starts, comes down. Give her like a little bit more neck there. Yeah, okay. Just shoring up that construction. You're not far off on any of that stuff. And then those this is where our brows are. They are moving at this angle across the face. Where's my music? Yeah, I'm still listening. Silent Hill relaxing mix with rain ambiance. What are the most important planes of the face? Let me come back to that. Don't let me forget that. So I'm kind of running through this stuff like in a fragmented way, like on each person. That way I can move through some of the crits, but I kind of want to hit them all at the same time too. Okay. So this is where our brow runs. And then those eyebrows, starting from either side, are tilted upwards. You still have symmetry. You know, the tops of those eyebrows should probably touch going across that same axis. You can check if something on either side is touching by just carrying it across in the same axis that you carry everything across in. And then one thing too is that like our far eye is getting cut off a little bit by the nose. I gotta zoom in a little bit here. It's really hard to draw over other people's drawings because the information that they have is like really distracting. And then there's this is one of the most important planes of the face. There's this little plane of the face. If you want an easy way to remember it, you can call it the Pizza Hut, right? I think this is the Pizza Hut shape. Or you can call it the keystone, I think is another word that I've heard for it. The actual scientific name is the glabella. But essentially, this little trapezoid shape in here, and it's a little bit different on every person, but that plane is always there. For her, it's a little bit smaller, a little bit more angled. It separates the two eyes, and it's that center point of symmetry that everything goes around. And then don't even bother drawing in the eye like a symbol like this. Don't draw almond eyes. This is what everyone wants to do. There's a lot of you guys out there drawing almond eyes. Same with Kay, the last person. Draw like the forms of this stuff in, because it's much easier to keep track of the form and then later on put the folds of the eyes in, right? So like the eye is a sphere, just throw the sphere in there nice and light, right? Then it's really easy to come in with a whatever you call those things, the eyeball brows, the eyelids, right? And wrap them around. I guess the eyeball brows are kind of eyelashes, right? That brow juts out on this side of here a little bit, and then it tucks in and comes in for that visor area. And then that cheekbone comes out for the visor on the other side. And where the bottom of that ball is where you get that fold in the bottom of the eye. You want to be careful with this fold like under the eye, because if you like put it in super dark like this, you end up just like aging someone. So if it's like a younger woman like this, the contrast on that is actually normally very small. And you have to be a little bit careful with it. I should play, maybe we do the brown noise mix. What if I put on the brown note? 4-hour mix of the brown note. You want a little bit more energy? We've already run like an hour of Silent Hill music. I crit until I shit my pants. Brown note edition. You eat like a 5-pound bag of those sugar-free gummy bears before stream. Try to go as long as you can. And then from that side of the key, what do I call it? The Keystone Pizza Hut. Right, that's where we pull the side of the nose off of too. And then we can hook that back into the center as well. Just remember that this is 3-dimensional as well. So there's going to be sides to it like this, right? But now we get like a nice 3-dimensional feeling. And the last thing I'll say for this drawing, this nose probably could go up a little bit. The last thing I'll say for this drawing is the bottom third of the face. This is a proportion that you can memorize that is incredibly consistent. I don't know why, but humans, they sit on this proportion very consistently. Not everyone, but one of the more consistent proportions. Divide the bottom third into thirds again. So let's see, I'm gonna guess 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. It's probably about a third. I would literally take your pen and measure 1, 2, 3. I'm just goated like that, so I got it perfectly. We're not seeing quite so much of the underside of her nose, by the way. We're not doing SpongeBob music. Music is a little bit loud compared to your talking voice. I think I have to respectfully disagree. But I'll add a few dB to the compressor. One-third, two-third, three-third. 1/3 up of the bottom third. This one a little bit less consistent. Where that chin is, the chin bone. The top 2/3 are the ball of the mouth, the muzzle. And more specifically, 1/3 down from the bottom of the nose is the mouth. That's the line in between the lips. Okay? Measure that out every time. It only takes a minute. And you will stop getting the mouth horribly wrong. The chin moves around quite a bit. You know, people can have big chins or small chins, so like I wouldn't really take that one too much. You can just... The thing about any standardized measurements, and I said this last stream, is that people are different. And so the people will be like, well, everyone's different, so it doesn't matter if you know standardized measurements. And I mean, yeah, if you're dumb, but if you know the standardized measurement and then you're like, oh, that guy has a long chin, then just quickly get the standardized measurement. That's the point of them. You can do them quickly and then add a little bit more on. And then all of a sudden you have the right likeness. So it's not useless just because people are unique. You know, it's a technique for efficiency, right? Okay. Very good. Looking a lot better. You know, no pupils or anything on there, but just looking a lot more 3D. She kind of looks like an elf with this ear. This could be new Freerun portrait. I don't know how to draw elf ears. Yo. What's up with this? You guys hearing this beat right now? It is a Chinese winter. Daja Hao. Wojiao. Jika. Okay. Big form ideas. I want to talk about kind of all the planes of the face. So let me choose somebody who has like a few more planes that look pretty good. Like this one actually looks pretty good. I felt going through like 100 submissions like this. I felt like one of those Chinese exam proctors. Have you guys seen those reels? Chinese art exam grader. Wait, does she show it? I don't want you to explain it. You're AI, I think. Wait, I love these videos so much. God, YouTube Shorts never fail to start with a little ding at the beginning. God help me when I put the ding in my reels. How do I mute a short? Oh, here it is. So they have these insane exams in China where they have like people want to get a degree from a school. I talked to Chinese people about this. They want to get like a degree from one of the big academies, but they're super competitive. And so a lot of people will try to get into like the art academy instead so that they can get a degree from the big school, which to me doesn't make any sense because it's not like a finance degree. Or I think once they're in the school, they can then transfer into like finance or whatever they actually want to do. And they think that it's easier to get in through art than through, you know, math or whatever. So people take these massive art exams where they'll do like thousands of people, tens of thousands of people are attempting to get in to these schools, and they can only admit a certain amount. And they look like this. And the graders, they go through like three, like each, I think, work gets a few different grades or whatever, and then they're averaged out. So it's not like just 2 seconds. But the grader spends on average like, I think, 5 seconds per portrait. And they go through like this. So this is what I felt like setting up this art exam. And some of these are really funny. I like reading the comments on these videos because there's always that one person that's like, I think they're all so beautiful and I would love them all. You know, it's like, have you ever seen anything get graded ever in your life? I get that it's a bit aggressive, but... Chinese winter is just, it's just winter to me now. I know, I was eating food the other night. A lot of you guys would probably call it Chinese food though. To me, it's just food nowadays. It's just food. Didn't I pull one of you in? No, I didn't pull one of you in. I got distracted. We're almost done with the first category, everybody. 1 hour, 40 minutes into stream. Thank you all for being here. Let's choose this one. No, I need to do a lady. I'm really gonna do this one very quickly because I just want to talk about the planes of the face. I think this is the best I've ever kept my layers. Somebody asked, what are the important planes of the face? I would give you the same critique I gave the last person, okay? So, and the last 5 people. So I actually really probably didn't even need to pull this over. But I'll try to set it up for this. Okay. So I'll build the head like the Loomis or whatever. You don't have to build it like this for the 10 millionth time, but because I need to repeat everything 10 million times, I'm doing it. I'm putting in the reps. All right, let's say we got this head that's tilted backwards here. I've talked about the forehead so far. Got some Animal Crossing music, I feel like. This isn't a Nintendo mix, it's a PS1 mix, so. Alright, we got the forehead. The forehead comes in for the visor shape. Right. We know that the front and the side of the face separate. Right, boom, boom. I'm actually gonna break the forehead up a little bit. I'm trying to keep this like incredibly simple. I would add more planes in normally, but I want to keep this as stupidly simple as possible. I know a lot of people online recommend like the Asaro head. The thing I don't like about the Asaro head is it just has so many fucking planes. And I've gone through the, don't tell me, oh Jake, you just need to study it. They're there, I use them. I've studied it, I've done it, all right? This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, all right? I hear you guys in my head all the time. I've done it. There's so many planes, I think you can memorize it, but it's a big task and it just gets a little too inorganic to start breaking stuff down into planes at that level. I saw Ivan Loginov, really great artist from the St. Petersburg Academy, talking about the same thing where he doesn't like studying like the bones quite so much because they're just a little bit too organic and too specific to actually be helpful when like inventing things from your mind. And same with, he doesn't like the Asaro head because there's just so many planes in a planar head like that it's just a lot to deal with. And I think it's best to try to simplify information as much as possible, because if you don't get like these planes to work, then you have much bigger problems than adding planes can solve. So really, like the simplified Loomis head, if you look at the Loomis head, he has a planar head diagram. That one is good, but he has a simplified version of it before that, I think. And that is great. It's basically this. This is awesome. Like, this is how the big planes of light are going to hit the face. If light comes from above, if light comes from above on this, we'll say this is our shadow value. Above and... sorry. Light from above. Poop from above. Everything that faces downwards is going to get shadow. We only have one downwards facing plane here, so let's say it's coming from above and slightly from the left, which will mean the whole right side will become in shadow, right? Right. So that is light coming from above and from the left. Fuck. Wait. I need to hit Control Z about 45 times. Okay. Wait. Shouldn't that still be on my... I need to hit Control Shift Z about... Fuck, I wanted to keep those diagrams. All right. Above and from the left looked like that. You guys can remember it. It's good to build your visual memory. If it's coming from below, right, then everything that faces upwards is going to get a shadow. If it's coming from like really steep angle, this is like the campfire spooky story lighting, right? Where you have like a flashlight under your chin. It even makes the top of your nose, makes the top of your nose have a shadow too. All right, this is the scary campfire lighting, top of your mouth even. I suppose I should add, I just realized I can add a nose. Muscles are the skull of the body. That is a sentence that I cannot possibly decipher. I have no idea what that means. Once we have that big shape that's working. My center line's like a little bit off here, but it's okay. All right, we get our keystone shape, our glabella, our Pizza Hut. We can take the center line out of that and bring it down to the nose. Right, we could give that a little bit of width if we want. All right, like the nose, all you really need to know, it's 3 planes. Right, the top, the side, technically 4, and the underside, right? The top, either side, and the other side, right? And it's the same condition, right? If we get light from the left, then we'll get shadow on everything facing to the right. We get light from above, from below, everything facing downwards, just like I showed you. These are the things that we want to think about, right? This is the only thing that makes the 30 brushstroke challenge possible. But we don't have to like put it literally in every time. If you try to put this in literally and then make like the beautiful perfect likeness head out of this, like you're gonna have a really hard time. For 2027, you should make a challenges only about feet. We already did that. We've had feet challenges. This face definitely is deceptively hard. This is a tricky angle. Because it's actually like a little bit rotated too towards us. Okay. Let's store this off to the side. Those are the planes that I think are important. Of course, there's more planes. There's planes for the lips. There's planes for everything. There's more that I would, if I was giving like a full demo on that, there's more that I would explain. If you want to learn about all of the planes of the face, like all the ones that are important and then actually how to apply them, let me show you. Right? If you want to learn about like actually what all the planes are of the face, then check out halftonestudio.art. Everything you need to know about drawing. Me and Ramon Hurtado made a course, and it's really good, and it's got all the different planes in there, and it, you know, takes stuff from the beginners and goes over the measurement stuff. And then Ramon does a full planar head that breaks down like all the different stuff, so that way you can really have a deeper understanding of it. But like that's not what I kind of call upon those as I need them, right? It's about understanding the big relationships first. Like most of you guys are struggling in the big relationships. A little bit of a segue. Boom, dropped it in chat. Okay. Congratulations, everybody. We have moved beyond the first stage of people. It has been an hour 50, and we are moving on to the second grouping. We've talked about some big form ideas. We've talked about some composition ideas. And I think a lot of people that I put here have an okay understanding of like aligning stuff on the face. You know, like this stuff is lined up pretty well. Katie, you can go down here. Yeah. I didn't sort these all very well. It took forever. So some of you guys are, you know, have a stronger understanding of it than not. But what I was seeing in here is kind of some big shape ideas, some clarity ideas that were stopping people from, you know, hitting a likeness. Like I think that this has some of the big, let's do this one. Some of those big form ideas and has like the right proportions in general. But I think that there's some like more in-depth ideas that are holding back the likeness. Do we have any tracers this batch? No, I don't think. Nothing that was super suspicious. Jake, the stream would be so good if you put Subway Surfers in the corner. I used to have a video element that I could add for that, but I don't have it anymore. We gotta move beyond Subway Surfers as a society. How are we in the big 2222226? Are we still doing Subway Surfers? Like, Temple Run was a game when I was in like 6th grade that was popular. Have we not developed our oddly satisfying aesthetics beyond soap cutting and Subway Surfers? Like, how are we not like into some sort of 3-dimensional abstraction of oddly satisfying ideas? Like, I'm kind of trying to put together like an intergalactic cable version of Subway Surfers. 6, 7. I'm just gonna stop there. Minions Temple Run? Use Drake selfies. The one with his like meat out? What if it was called 6-7 Surfers? Just an idea. So, one thing that we really want to capture in this head is that he is sad. Okay? He's sad. And he's looking down, and he's kind of like glancing off to the side too, right? Facing downwards, looking off to the side, and really nailing that tilt is something that has to happen early. You know, this is like basically, it's always the same advice, you know, even for like the most, you know, even when like I get crit from like pros and, you know, people like Devin Corwin, when they take a look at my work, they always just point out this type of stuff too. Like this is always the advice, no matter how good you are. Like these fundamental skills are so deep that there's always more to learn in them. We really want to look for that center line early on. That way we can capture the gesture and the feeling of these ideas more than anything else. And so that means really pushing that to the side more, wrapping those lines around. Like, this looks all pretty close. You know, if this is our center line, by the way, if we're wrapping our center line this way, the nose projects off of the face. It's going outwards. And so it's not quite so dramatic, but our nose is always going to be pushed off of our center line, right? Because the center line is just like it's just a flat line that moves down the head. But in actuality, like, things move in and out and in and out and in and out all over the face. You know, the actual center line of the head looks like, well, if we ignore the nose here, the actual center line looks like that. And then if we add the nose, then it looks like this. Right. So that nose is projecting off of this space, and it's pushing out past the center line. And we really want to make sure that that part of the nose here is covering up, you know, maybe the very corner of the eye, or they're like right about there, just to really sell the idea that we're pushing. It's so hard to work on light drawings like this. Just to sell the idea that we're really pushing this outwards. All right. And then we don't want to just like scratch at stuff. Like, make what I think for a lot of you guys in this group, And this is something that I'm starting to think about a lot more too. And I'm going to revisit this idea as I go further down, is make decisions about things. I chose these 19th century photos because they're a little bit blurry, they're a little bit soft, they have all the ingredients, and they're cooked into a beautiful meal. But if you want to cook that meal yourself, you need to make some of those decisions again. Like, you can't just copy everything perfectly. I mean, you could, but I don't think it will be conveyed as well as a drawing. Like, you need to make some of those decisions yourself. Choose where you want to sharpen, choose where it can remain soft, and pick out some shapes. So some of y'all, most of y'all, and like, I'm guilty of this. This is one thing that I've seen. I'll talk about it more later on. I've seen my community follow suit on what I do, like I talked about earlier. And one of those things is just being a little bit soupy with our decision making sometimes, like focusing on that big general effect, which is super important, but not caring so much about like the specifics. And so, like, some of y'all are just like, you know, oh, there's shadow here, and then like in here, and then, you know, here, and then like this. Let's just slow down and find those shapes ourselves. Jake, I upload my image right now. Will I get critique or not? You will not. I'm sorry, my friend. I got 100 people that uploaded before you. My apologies. Wait, let me look. Sorry, Dylan. I don't know why Jacob... There's a guy named Jacob who's new to the server who just posted a picture of a pretty woman in the crit chat. And he says this kind of fits the vibe, I guess. What vibe does this fit? I'm so confused. Jacob, speak up in chat. What vibe does this fit? You're very lost, and I want to help you out. I don't know what you're lost about. Okay. We get this brow that comes up like this. Right. And this is something that I learned while doing this one and trying to stylize it a little bit. I tried to copy these brow shapes accurately and draw them accurately, but I realized that just drawing them super accurately, like, they weren't very interesting shapes, and they weren't like very strong either, right? And so I actually made them like double the size and kind of rounded off some of the shape language in order to push that emotion. I'm not saying you have to do that, because you can just faithfully copy things, but you do need to, you know, there's some level of decision making involved where you don't want to leave everything to be fuzzy. And if you have some some ideas, some planning, like, you know, throwing in those balls of the eyes earlier on, like I mentioned in the crit prior, keep it light earlier on. You know, then you can wrap that brow around on there. And like the corner of the eye over here. Make sure we have a nice, let me grab this. Make sure we have this like carved out. So we get this really nice strong shape here. The mouth is the gateway to the neck. That sounds wrong to me, but I don't know what that could possibly mean. I think it's technically true. There's already way too many Jacobs. You guys are lucky that I'm a Jake. Maybe he drew it and he's goated. He's right. You're right. The eyes are the balls of the body. That is true. Jake, you skipped me when I made it in last time. I will remember this. Go watch the first fucking 20 seconds of this stream. Please go back and watch the first 20 seconds of this stream. Thank you. I pre-watched. I knew you were going to say that. You just got owned, okay? Go back. I knew you were coming, and I set a beautiful trap for you. Thank you. Okay. All right. This is the... Let's, like, group our hatch marks together. And don't scribble so much. You know, if you want to, like, just put down a bunch of tone, then just, like, use a stump. Like, you can use a stump with graphite, too. It's fine. Let's take the hair, like, wrap it around the head. You know, this is the bottom of the crown. All right, the bottom of the crown is, like, kind of a shadow under. It's got a pretty hard line under there. Like, tuck that under there. And you know, group stuff together. Like, the whole front of this crown is darker. It has some spots that are lighter. But let's just, like, group stuff together a little bit more aggressively at the beginning. All right, like, what's a shape that we... Like, look at how all of this is kind of... That's kind of a cool shape. I didn't even think of this one when I was doing it. All right, like, how can we group the shadows of this that describe, like, the side of the hair coming out together? It's like a little bit dark. Let me grab something a little bit lighter. Right, just like hit the eraser in the right spots. So maybe you need to draw bigger too. I think this drawing is like a little bit small, which I think is probably holding you back on some of this stuff too. So I would recommend drawing bigger. That way you have more resolution. But like, you know, it's okay to separate stuff off. Like this beard looks pretty good. I'll talk to the next person about how to kind of group ideas like hair together a little bit more. Same with the underside of the mustache too. Like, it is all one dark shadow. So let's find where we can make those decisions to group stuff together and to make those harder points. This looks like kind of like clown makeup right now, because everything else is so light and because I'm trying to draw digitally on something that is physical drawing. I just like smudge some of this together. This is all gonna be still too dark, but do it with like the stump a little bit. And then carve out those planes of light. It will unify itself together a lot more. Yeah, and I'll talk about some of the value grouping stuff later. Looks like regular makeup to people in Washington. Skip me. I didn't submit. Waiting to get good before you start. Okay, you're at the beginning. Cool. That's awesome. We love that for you. Some stream watchers, they go back to the beginning, and we love them for that. Yeah, let's talk about like how to group some values together. I thought Prague did that pretty well. I see him in chat. He's in here somewhere. I think this was him. Cool. So I like this one quite a bit. This is you, right, Prague? Let me look. From Prague. Yeah, it is. Okay. Very good, very good. Let's take a look at this one. So there's some like shape stuff here that we can be a little bit more specific on. I actually think like some of the way that the values are being used is not bad. Like the general value layout. So this is where having like a Conte pencil would be really nice for using charcoal, because we're really lacking some of those accents and being able to like push the charcoal down further. This looks like it's just all willow charcoal or all vine charcoal. So this is where using that Conte pencil is really nice, because you can come in here with a sharper point and make some of those accent lines that are really going to start to pull the form out. And all of these lines, you'll note too that like I actually am wrapping them around what I'm looking at. I'm on the layer, which, you know, it's tough luck. Like there's a pretty clear differentiation between the top of this mustache here and the side. So it's totally okay to come in with a darker pencil or with something with a finer point and make that differentiation and make it known. We want to like kind of imply the stuff that's more difficult. And then if we can like get a home run, we should take it. We should scream in a baby's face with how obvious it is, right? If we can make something work really well, like the eyelid. All right, that's the edge of the shadow. And that's the power of the accenting, and this is the nice thing about like the 19th century French drawings. They are like entirely made out of really good accenting. Like the actual value work is stupidly general. It's like just basically that simplified planar head. And then they just come in with the Conte and they just hatch out a few points to give it some structure. They choose where they want to make the bigger impact. Yeah, master simplifiers. I also like, look at this shape too. Just take a look at this. Like this is so beautiful. It kind of comes out and wings around. This whole front is very flat. This like comes out and wraps around in a really beautiful way. You could even maybe do that instead. This extends out of here. You got light kind of coming from above, so I don't want to put those accents like on top of something unless there's a shadow on top of it, like over here. Put my accents on the bottom sides of things, because that's where the shadow is. Make sure we get kind of the right amount of negative space in between here and here. And that's what we want to look for. Maybe group that together a little bit more aggressively than what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so now we get those like hatched out areas. And you know, you can even kind of come in a little bit more. I wouldn't do this too much, but anywhere you see like a good amount of change, you want to really just note something, note like a turn of form. Just, you can throw down a few hatch marks. Same with this too. Do want to make sure this is wrapping around the head properly. Right, and then we come in with the stump. Let me use the Oksana brush. Will this work for this? Maybe. Oh, what a beautiful brush. All right, and we'll just kind of hit like these big general ideas. These big general changes of form. We get this pretty hard area of light in here. All right, so we'll want to... Oh, maybe that's a little bit too much. Make sure we show this plane. Show those light planes nice and clear. Super bold about it. If we have a good point to make, let's make it really loud. And then for this general stuff, then we can kind of just push it together, push it in. Right, so small changes, they make a big difference. Especially with this stuff, like a lot of you guys are okay getting some of the big ideas in, but it's missing some of the more like smaller intermediary structural changes. And you know, there's still like some proportional stuff. I gotta restart Photoshop because it's bugged out. Okay. Scales are more like, to me, boxes are like scales. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on a lot of things. You're playing your scale. I don't. Yeah, it's complicated. It depends on the type of art you want to make. Basically, you get good at what you train at, you know. And if all you ever do is play the scales or practice, then you get really good at practicing. Get really good at training. You know, I'm good at doing charcoal figures, but I'll never be better at them unless I push them further by using them in things that require certain levels of necessity or finesse for, right? Nothing wrong with a lot of you guys just practicing your scales, you know, drawing portraits, drawing figures, drawing boxes if you want, drawing planar heads. There's a certain, there is just an amount of that has to be done. But there, you know, it's never too early to try and use that stuff. It only is helpful. So on a lot of this stuff, like the same things that I can kind of rapid fire through a few of them here. On a lot of this stuff, it's like the same ideas. Get the right layer. Right, like I talked to somebody else about this earlier. Like, let's just be clearer about the shape decisions that we make. Right, clear about our plane changes, clear about our shape decisions that we make, like group things together a little bit more aggressively. I'm going to talk about value grouping next because I think that's probably the biggest issue. And this one is a big victim of it. Probably would have been a good example, but you're in my rapid fire group, so I'm going to find somebody else. Right, like more aggressive grouping, more aggressive shape decisions. And recognizing that value changes are changes in form, right? So like, the forehead is relatively flat, so we don't need to have 3 different values like this on the forehead. You know, that tells us that the forehead is like indenting itself as it goes around here, but it's not. I mean, it's like relatively flat, like this. Like that's the direction that it's running in. And then if you want to get more specific, there are secondary forms that we can look at. The center of the forehead protrudes out a little bit further than the sides of the forehead, which slant downwards. Right? And also we get these little bumps in here at the corners of our brow. Right? That's where our brow bone slants out. But the problem is that I don't want to tell that to most of you guys because the value change within those plane changes is very, very subtle. And it's just better to hit the big idea first and learn to manage that on its own, you know, because now this is a little bit murky. Like, I need you guys to be hitting that first before we get into, like, you know, the smaller changes. And it's the same with this. Yeah, I'll do a value thing. I'll do a value thing next. This guy looks like Solomon. No, wait, his name's not Solomon. Saruman. Holy shit, this looks like Saruman. Are you guys seeing this? Saruman. Wait. How do you spell that? Saruman. Wait, why doesn't we come up with Sauron? What's his name? The White. Fuck. Wait, his name's just Sauron? Saruman? Saruman. Oh my god. Oh, he's the gray, right? No, Gandalf is the gray. I don't know how you did it. It looks really close. Even though it's like basically the same as the others. It's also the beard too. It looks like a little bit more rounded and flowing. Yeah, Gandalf becomes Gandalf the White. Okay. I just watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy for the first time when I flew to Texas to give a presentation. I watched the extended cut full trilogy. It was good. It's very good. So like more aggressive, planes and decision making. We don't need to have 5 million changes and airbrushes within the forehead because it's not what the forehead, does, right? Actually, the values are pretty close, but there's just like kind of no grouping of shapes. Right, so for all of you, well, let's just do it as a class, guys. Let's do it as a class. I know that the difference, I just couldn't spell Saruman. I know that there's a difference between Sauron and Saruman, but when I Googled Saruman, I spelt it horribly and only Sauron was showing up for some reason. Let's look at some drawings from French academic people. This one is one of my favorites. It's the best portrait we got. The general unification of things, like all the values are very light in here. And all the shadows are grouped very well with very hard edges. And then there's some transitioning areas that kind of pull from one area to the other. But this one is excessively skilled, and so it's not as clear as some of these other ones. Let me find one that's like that guy's doing tricks on it. He's dancing on it. He's bouncing on it crazy style. He's like, there's some of these guys who are like a little bit more obvious with it. And I don't want you guys to be bouncing on it crazy style. I want you to just normal style. Is it this one that I'm thinking of? No, it's not, but it's the same pose. Why can't I find it? Oh, it's this one. I am in love with this one. This one is so crazy good. This guy is making a point of showing all those changes, right? But what we get is like really, really, really clear shape language, very clear edges. You know where things turn into each other. The problem is you guys are just trying to throw down all your values like this guy, but you're not dividing things into shapes. You're not dividing things into groups of lights and shadows, of organized values, and it all like mushes together. That's just not. There we go. I'm talking about bouncing on your value groups. Why would I get banned for that? You're bouncing from group to group, crazy style. We want to organize our bounces. Don't do tricks on the value grouping. Don't do tricks on the form. Don't bounce from group to group. Organize. Keep it calm. So, like a lot of you guys It's perfect time for Photoshop to freeze. You'll start to throw dark values into here and then here. You'll be using like a soft brush too, so it gets like super murky. You'll be like, okay, that's where that is. And then, you know, there's like, the problem is that it's really hard to actually turn this into a soupy mess, because when I simplify and move stuff together like this, it actually even though I'm using an airbrush, it actually becomes even more clear. Like just how excessively, like this just feels like a big block of stone with rounded corners. So it's actually really hard to turn it into a intentionally bad drawing. But essentially, you know, some of these tones are making their way outside of their groups and merging with other ones. And things it just gets dirty, it gets messy. We lose that feeling of form, things flatten out. And, you know, it feels a little bit more like this, which still is so strong. Its drawing is so fucking good. It's still so strongly built that this still doesn't look bad. Like, this still feels very three-dimensional somehow. I don't know. I'm breaking as many rules as I can, and this thing is still like, that's just gonna feel like a cut into it. When you set up those big groups well enough and accurately enough, like, it's very hard to break it. They're trolling? You guys are trolling me? Hey, quit it. No trolling allowed in the chat. Quit it. Okay? No trolling allowed. Moving on. Sometimes you gotta snap the ruler on them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, chat? Yeah, same with this. Like another one where we're thinking about kind of the texture of things, and we're thinking about like the scraggliness of the hair, and we're kind of copying that faithfully instead of chopping things up into like big forms. Another thing I want to show you guys. I know I'm not like drawing over all of you individually. Suck on it, bounce on it. This is more effective way of teaching. I'm getting something. I'm grabbing something so that I can come back to y'all. So just chill for a second. Almost there. I've been really in love with these drawings by Dean Cornwell. And this guy is just like beyond goated at drawing. He is beyond goated. These ones are good. Is this the one? This is the one I'm thinking of, right? Like, this guy is so form-driven in the way that he draws. It's like, it's insane. But you can really see how clearly laid out all those forms are. How generally they're shaded. You know, this is just... Right, like, this is just an egg. All right, we've gotten to the stream where I'm egg posting. We're at the point where I'm egg posting. I'm egg posting, chat. And I don't care anymore. Right? Like, look how clearly that is an egg. And, you know, it's just with every point in this. Oh, you know what? Here's another egg. Okay, yeah, we hit, like, the big value group, the big shading group. We don't care about the fibrous texture. Like, we try to get those big groups. And it applies to the face here, too. Or, you know, he's got his own way of kind of simplifying the face. And he's really fucking good at it. You got light coming from the left. You know, here's the big read of the face. If it's like only two, a few planes. All right, we got light on shadow, and we got light on one side and shadow on the other. This guy's name, he is a man I really like. His name, Dean. Cornwell. In cursive. Okay. Dean Cornwell. He's a goated illustrator. Incredibly good illustrator. And it doesn't matter what, like, the texture of those individual things are. Oops. if the form is set up right. Where was that one I was looking at? Oh, Photoshop, you suck. There we go. Yeah. So like that little, that guy had like this little visor thing around his neck that was like this. Right? With like ruffles and stuff, I think probably would have had. But he just drew it as like a big cylinder. That's basically kind of the same form that we're getting on this beard. Right? We have like this light on this side. It's a little bit more egg-like, a little bit more rounded because it's, you know, it's hair. But what I want to see is like a really clear... I want to see a really clear differentiation between the front and the sides, right? And if you set this stuff up properly, it's going to feel a lot stronger than all that texture. And then what you do is you throw a little bit of texture where it matters, right? Maybe around the highlight or whatever, you get that texture. Maybe around the edges of stuff, that's where texture tends to work well. You get a little bit of it, cross over some texture when you're crossing one group into another. Right? And then it gives our eyes, you know, maybe even overdoing it a little bit. It gives our eyes like a way to focus, a way to see things as three-dimensional, a way to group things together. When we have texture everywhere, things flatten out because we just have no focus. We have no feeling of form. We don't have a feeling of three-dimensionality. And our eyes just, we don't know where to look, right? Like, what's the most important part of this? Is this Katie's? Did I put you in here? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. It's like, I don't think it is. I got lost in the beard sauce. It happens, you know, it happens. That's the hardest thing about hair. And, you know, I hate to keep pointing to myself because I'm not, like, the goat. But, like, you know, it's the same decisions you're making. If you're doing something that's stylized, you're still making the same decisions, right? Like, you have that big mass. And like, I have too many groupings, and I've divided it up too many times for this sort of style, I think. Right, but you're, like, looking at the big mass. Maybe you have some slight transitions of dark to light. You have some like harder transitions around the edges. You have that point where the light hits it, right? So it's all the same thing. So it doesn't matter if you want to be a realist artist or a stylized artist. Like that's why we study this stuff, because we're learning how to make those decisions, and then we can use that for whatever we want. You know, people think that like drawing realist stuff is to be better realist artists. I mean, maybe, but like. The only reason we study the real world is because we're real. If we were not real, we would study the not real world, and we'd represent that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of that same like shape and grouping stuff for all of you. I feel like a lot of you guys are just working really small too, and just don't have like the ability to get like strong accenting and details in, which I'm going to go to later. Okay, that's what I got to say for I think all of you. Thinking about those planes, right? How our groupings change the planes. You know, how our lights and darks are organized. So we need a light and dark. We need to talk about the organization of lights and darks. That is next. All the people who did the girl did a pretty good job of it. I think she was a little bit easier to... I mean, she has some really nice effects of light and dark. This is a good example. Move this over here. All right, let's talk about values. Let's talk about light and dark. Let's talk about grouping. Yeah, I mean, if you work in a sketchbook, maybe zoom in a little bit more. on it, or just make sure you use literally the whole sketchbook. It takes planning. It's hard. You're going to risk running it off the edge or making it weird, but you have to do that to practice. Mark the top of the page and the bottom of the page and, make it as big as humanly possible, because area is squared, right? Area it scales in 2 dimensions. And so the wider you make it, I don't think this squaring is exponential. Squaring is not exponential, but it multiplicatively scales up in area. So you are getting, even just going from this small to this big, you're getting a lot more space that you're working within, which gives you more room to work. You can find all these photos and many more on Google Arts and Culture. Julia Margaret Cameron is the name. It's in the Discord. There's a link to it in the challenge announcement. So this one's pretty small too. So just the same thing with I gotta tell all you guys to work a little bit larger. And this one shows that this is somebody who really cares about making pretty stuff, about making it look nice, having this aesthetically tied together. And I can tell that you probably have a lot of experience doing that. When we want to make things look more realistic, we want to, and push our skills further, we really want to pay attention to our form ideas, which I've just spent the last 2 hours talking about, so you should be watching that. I dropped my pencil again somehow. And we also want to pay attention to our lighting and our values, and how our lights and darks behave. And I guess I should just say this. I'll just put it in the clearest, simplest way possible. So this is a sphere. Right, this is a sphere. Okay, this is what a sphere looks like. There's a few ways to break a sphere and make it feel flat. Okay, and we want to avoid making things feel flat because we're trying to make them not feel flat. Actually accurate math terminology. Holy crap. Guys, I got it like that. I know JDD Lover will support me. One of the ways that we can make a sphere feel flat is we can add values from our lights into our darks, right? So there are two groups, right? Let me go to a pencil. Right, we have our shadows and we have our lights. These groups need to be separate. At some point, if we are an ant that is on top of the sphere, we're like a little wind-up ant, okay? Like a little wind-up toy. You wind it up and it only has so much energy to go. And at some point, the Dracula music, it's good, but I can't be in Castlevania right now. I just can't do it. Oh, we're back in the peaceful land of Oblivion. We're like a little wind-up toy. You wind it up, and light only has so much energy, right? And so as you run around the sphere as your little ant body, at some point you run out of energy and you fucking die. You just drop dead. And the point at which you drop dead is the Terminator line, okay? That's just the edge between the lights and the shadows. When all of our light runs out of energy, it turns into shadow. And while we are running more and more and more, we start getting slower and slower and slower. And so the rate that we are running at, the speed we are running at, is how dark or light something is. So it is impossible. If our little ant runs to here and every time we only have enough energy to get onto this ring of the sphere, every time we hit here, we run out of energy and we die. Our ant that has this much energy can't be over here. It's not possible. our ant that has this much energy can't be over here. It's not possible. They can only go right. This is just a description of how much energy they have at each point. So a really easy way to break our feelings of something being three-dimensional is to put things where they don't belong, right? And so putting lights within our shadows flattens things. It makes them feel flat. The only way this works is if now we've added a second light source pointing at this ball. Right. So we can't have something light in here because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a light inside of a shadow, because a shadow is just the opposite of a light. It's binary. We can have reflected lights that are within our group of our shadows. So our darkest halftone is like 25 out of 100 on my value scale over there. So as long as I'm less than 25, I can introduce those lights in there. I can, push this up a little bit more before it like totally breaks, right? Right, but so that means that our reflected lights are always extremely subtle. And our shadows and groups are always, our shadows and lights are always grouped very together, but far apart. And the other thing you have to know is just that lights stay nice and bright until they get really close to that terminator line. When you start running, you have a lot of energy, so you're running super fast. But very quickly, that energy dies off, right? So when you're like sprinting, you have a lot of energy right here. You're going to run super fast here, and then you're like, oh shit, I never go outside. And then very quickly, you kind of just drop off. That's the same rate that the light turns into shadow. I feel like visualizing value with the speed of an ant is close to madness. That's a very clear metaphor to me. I exist within the chaos of bug world, a bug's life. So there's a lot of areas in here where we're getting these reflected, these highlights within the hair that aren't exactly fitting into their group. And you're doing it because they look pretty. But if you do it too much, it steals the attention away from everything else, and it starts to really break the feeling of three-dimensionality. Right, so those things have to be grouped together a little bit more aggressively. You also need to draw bigger, but I've already said that to 100 people. And we know that our plane changes, they happen quite sharply, and they happen with stronger angles. And you can look at the stuff for the advice I gave on the planes of the head earlier to really understand these different value changes too. She's obviously, it looks like she's getting light from the top right side. So maybe actually we wouldn't get shadow there. Yeah, I think things facing upwards and to the right are getting light. Everywhere else is getting that darkness. Right, and same with the eyeballs. Those eyeballs, the whites of the eyes, we call them whites of the eyes, but they're actually in this grouping within the darker halftones. They're within the group of the halftones. So they can't just, unless the eyes are producing light themselves, unless they are glowing, which they're not, then they can't be brighter than the values around them. They have to fit within their groups. Right, so you have to assign things to groups, and you can have changes within the groups, but they just can't leave the group itself without some sort of outside influence. Same with right over here. See how we have a reflected light here? What's the value of this? right? This is something that you guys should be doing in your head all the time. I'm looking at this photo, and I want to guess what value this is right here. And there's a few ways I could do that. One is I know there's light coming from the right side. And there seems to be some sort of reflected light or rim light kind of hitting the other side of her face. And there's shadow down the middle. It looks like there's maybe a light reflector over here that's kind of bouncing some light back into her face. And I also know that if I tried to guess 0 for this, 0 out of 100, this is an old photo, and it's a scan of an old photo. It's not going to be black. There's nothing on this photo that is pure black or pure white. Now, we have the choice to make creative decisions as artists to make this pure white when we go to draw it or paint it. But I know that nothing in this photo in general is going to be pure white or pure black, just because that's what those two look like. So I know this whole photo, if I squint my eyes, it exists probably within that range of like 25 out of 100 at the darkest, probably like 35 out of 100 at the darkest, and maybe 85. Okay, so I'm going to say my darkest point is like right in here. I think this is like 30%. It's 25. I'm just looking at the Photoshop color picker over here. And I think my lightest point, what did I say, 85? 88. Yeah. So you should always be trying to make those guesses while you're working, digitally or traditionally. You can't really check as easily with traditional, but you should still be doing it because you need to train your brain in order to see those things. And so I know that this has to fit within those groupings. I know that this shadow is going to be close to our darkest dark, but it's not quite as, this is still significantly darker than this. So if this is 25, this is probably 38. Oh, 31. That was a bigger change than that. But our eyes deceive us. And I know that this reflected light is within this grouping of shadows, okay? And it can't leave that group. Even though this looks bright, it's only bright because it's next to a bunch of dark values, a bunch of really dark values, right? So the human brain wants to go, oh, this is light over here. This is reflected light. I'm going to make it light. Way too bright. So really, this needs to be a guess that is couched within the group of values of the shadow, right? Within the group of values on the shadow side. Which is probably, what I said, this was 31, and this is 25. This is probably, I'll guess this is like 38. This is probably my 38 right here. 43, 40, 45. Okay, so it's like a little bit brighter, right? But these things, this grouping of things is harmonious. It makes sense, right? We can look at this and like this makes sense, right? This is the scheme of the neck. But this is like chaos. There's too much jumping around. It's too crazy. There are probably some instances in which this sort of value jumps exist. You're not going to get that type of jumping of value on like human flesh, which is soft and rounded, and it has a little bit of transparency to it, so things merge together a little bit more. Unless you have something that's a really hard surface, right? Like the faster a value changes, the sharper an edge is, or rather, a sharper an edge is, the faster value changes. The reason why this goes to black right here is because the form goes up like this, and then we're not seeing the other side of it. Like it's going straight down and then out and over to here. So it's going to the shadow, right? So we get a really sharp edge because there's a sharp change in form. But like right here, there's not a sharp change in form. Or even better, like right here. Like this is the frontal bone of the, well, we look at this is our planar head. I've drawn this already a few times. Okay, I'll draw a more complicated planar head. This is the frontal bone of the skull. This is what it looks like. And we get these kind of two large bumps right in here where we just get these, they're the frontal protuberances is what they're called. They're just bumps in our forehead. I don't like to use stuff like that because it kind of over-intellectualizes a bump. That is a change in form right here. But it is so soft of a change in form that the change in value here is probably only going to be like a couple percent, like 5% at the most, right? Like this is, let's do the guessing game again. This is, lighter than this, and I know this is like 3 out of 10, and this was like 45. So this is probably like 60 or so, maybe 65. Yeah, 65 exact. Okay. 65, and then now we have a slightly brighter spot here on top of that little frontal bone that pushes upwards. It's going to be brighter, but it would be a mistake to go, okay, it's brighter. Let's put our light on it. It's just way too strong. It's way too much of a jump. So the same thing I'm talking about with grouping with the last few people, the shapes, with groups, with forms, it all connects together. So I know that this was 65, right? So this is max 70, I'm guessing. Probably it's like 69. Yeah, 68. Like it's a tiny, tiny, tiny change in value that is almost imperceptible. So like you don't get to make those types of tiny changes until you've solved like the bigger form ideas and you understand like the bigger ways that light and shadow fall across the form. Because otherwise you're just not going to be able to handle the 2% change in form. And so I see some drawings that look, like this, where you're looking at each part. You're looking at a bunch of parts. But you're forgetting that the most important thing about drawing is understanding how parts relate to the whole, right? So we don't really care about any one part all that much. And this is like a really pretty, nice, like your lines look nice and pretty and flowing. Like you obviously drawn a lot and have probably drawn a lot of like cutesy, pretty, nice stuff, patterns and stuff like that before. And when people learn to draw that type of stuff, like following tutorials, like those guides on how to draw, what happens is you remember all these different ideas about parts, but you're not ever really learning how things are arranged as a whole, how things connect together. So that's what we want to focus on, and that's why those value groups matter. So that we're not looking at like, oh, there's a little spot of light right here. I'm going to put that in. Okay, and then now there's a little bit of rim light over here. I'm going to put that in. And okay, now there's, we want to remember just like the big form idea. All right, the big form idea is this. Its whole neck is in shadow. Right, this is the whole visor cutout under the eyes. Not quite that dark, but I'd rather it be unified and too dark than disunified and all over the place. Right, underplane of the nose. And this is a difficult reference too. Like, don't get me wrong. It's a very difficult reference. Also, like, look right here. Like, this is lighter than this, but it's not lighter than our lightest point. So compare things back to your brightest point and your darkest point. This is very close to this. It's very different from this when we're only looking at two parts. But when we look at the whole, it's actually very close to this relative to this and this. Like that's kind of the lens of analysis that we want to use when thinking about values. Roy's paintings. Your stream schedule. So these new challenges are every 2 weeks. I don't always do a stream, but I've been enjoying streaming every 2 weeks. So it's generally been every Sunday, 2 p.m. EST for 2 weeks. That schedule has only existed for 2 times now. So I wouldn't count on that. I have been known to disappear. There are challenges that do consistently come out for every 2 weeks, and they have been for a long time. Bro keeps saying this and this, and I cannot see the cursor. Sorry, maybe it's just low contrast. You have a stream schedule. Someone else asked something. Oh, when do you go from like the basic construction to nicely rounded or like shadows? You know, generally the process is, so like, you know, generally the academic process, and this is the thing, like it's art. So like, it's wrong to make any overly prescriptive statements, but it's also wrong to say that it's wrong to make overly prescriptive statements, because like general to specific is good advice, and is something that I would prescribe to you guys. But I showed how to kind of block stuff in earlier, and now I'm like terribly out of proportion. You know, you generally want to get like a loose block in that has accurate composition, accurate, you know, big shapes. A little bit tighter than this. You know, I've already done this, so I'm doing it a little bit more free. You know, maybe something closer to this, right? You're thinking about those big forms. And then I'd start cutting into the big forms and start working with inside of them, and I'd keep it pretty linear. This is the point where you could diverge and start to break into big pieces of lights and darks if you want. But I think for a lot of you guys, it would be good to just focus on your drawing skills. You start to break stuff up into those big forms. You don't have to draw in every plane of the face, but kind of separate things into groups of lights and darks as you go. These photos are exceptionally hard because there is no big obvious groups of lights and darks. It's not like a photo with a strong cast light on one side of somebody's face, and then the other side is all shadow, and you get this really nice subdivision. You know, photos like that are easy and helpful, but they can be a bit of a crutch because then you just learn that you can just copy everything with light and shadow. You just copy all the big shapes. Right, but let's say you get like a drawing that's nice, you know, then you would separate out. You choose like a threshold, like, okay, so everything that is like within this level of darkness, whether that be in her face, whether that be within her dress, whether that be her hair, like I'm going to take my charcoal and just mass it all in, right? Like you would just fill it all in, you know, take your time, but it doesn't have to be perfect. That's the nice thing about charcoal and stump, is that you kind of just put it in, stump it down, it will unify itself together into one value. Right. You get those big value groups. Again, I'm doing this incredibly quickly. You know, maybe this is the point too on whether you'd want to decide if you want to put a background in too. Right. Now you have like all of these groups that you can see whether or not they are, you know, then you can look for like those big gradients. So actually this part of her dress, if I, you know, compare the value, not as parts, but as to the whole, you know, this darkness in here is pretty similar to like the shadows under her chin and all that stuff. So, you know, in general, you know, maybe I could put some, if I'm using Vine, charcoal, and stump, I can be a little bit more aggressive with this stuff, you know, and then stump those big gradients in. I would want to see a more precise drawing on the hands and stuff too before I start putting in values. And you're going back and forth between, you know, construction where you need it, you know, big general gradients where you need it. I'm going to talk to the next group of people about like big value ideas. And that's the hard part in those darker Conte accents, you know, those darker accenting to really define areas that are darker, you know, as you want. Composition of this is, you know, not bad though. Like that's kind of the general academic process. You can diverge from that a million different ways. Okay. So those are the ideas that I wanted to talk about, right? And we see that same sort of like thinking about pieces instead of like how they relate to the whole everywhere, because we can push these values down to be more similar to this. All these highlights are a little bit too bright. You know, the highlights on the individual pieces of the sleeve can probably get, you know, just unified together. That's what I mean. You know, why is there a shadow over here when all of this is actually really bright? That's what I mean when I say the word like unify together. Did my stream die? Wait, is my stream up? What the fuck? Oh, okay. That was so weird. I just looked over at my side. I don't normally look at the viewers almost at all, but I looked at the viewers and there was just a straight line down. It went from like 200 whatever to 25. And it just, I just refreshed the page and now it's back. I have no idea why it said I had 20 viewers. Okay, that was weird. I got canceled or something. Yeah, so you get the point. Very good, very good. Good job, all of you, for participating, for having the courage to submit. It is all very good. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. You know, I kind of like how this is composed. I think like the shapes here and like the triad of stuff looks interesting. Oh, okay. That's the big value talk. A lot of you guys needed that value talk. There's a lot of you guys in this category that are like dangerously close to being in here. It's just like little areas where I think there's a little bit too like symbol-y instead of formy, right? Instead of like thinking about those big forms, those planes of the face, how we kind of can generalize stuff, still a little bit symbol feeling where we're just kind of doing an almond for an eye and the whites of the eyes are very bright, even though they're shouldn't be, you know, bright, but we still conceptualize them as white. Like you're really, really, really close to breaking through, but just need some like form studies. Just need to like break stuff down a little bit further. And that's where like I wouldn't mind prescribing you like, you know, draw the planes of the head, like, you know, pull up a 3D model. You can find some on Sketchfab and, you know, do some rotations of the different planes of the head. Don't spend hours on one, you know, maybe spend 20 to 40 minutes and do a bunch of them. And you can do some with lighting and some just focusing on the linearness of it. Like that would be a really good exercise for a lot of the people in here who are like right on the edge. Like, again, this is really close to generally getting stuff. This is like almost the exact same drawing as this, but digitally. Like there's just some proportion stuff, some shape stuff. Like in general, the value is really good, but just like a little bit symbol-y. You know, same with this one, but instead of the symbols, like I think your values are really good here, but just kind of not quite so confident in the forms. And that's what I've noticed, I think, with my community in general, is I tend to like emphasize like the big read of things so much, and like the big understanding of light and dark so much that a lot of you guys are weak on the form category and weak on like your structural understanding and your grouping of things, because you guys are all like getting pretty good at seeing those big ideas, and you just don't really know how to take a primary form and chop it into like secondary forms. Like you don't know how to go from this to this, or like a little bit further than this, you know, to something like this. So you guys are like super, super close. Like everyone here. Like this is great, but it just needs like a little bit more unity. You know, I think we're like getting a little bit out of control. I love like the colors and all of this, like the red lacing. Like the red here isn't as dark. This is like clever. This is a really smart thing that a lot of good artists do. Like this red isn't as dark as what you would make the lacing if it was, you know, black or a darker color. But because you're using a blue color for the shirt or blue lighting, that red still has a lot of contrast, has hue contrast instead of value contrast. And contrast creates art. You know, pretty much everything. And I was going to say contrast creates form. Contrast creates shapes, form, it creates everything. And so we can actually manipulate all of these ideas with only color temperature or only shape ideas or only value ideas or all of them together. But there's just some form stuff, some lighting stuff that just needs to be unified, grouped together in the ways that I've already explained. That goes for all, everyone here. Yeah, it's like all really good. It's all really close. Okay, let me talk about these real quick, and then we'll kind of get on to like the final grouping of people. And like the groupings down here, I think mostly were like these ones, especially like all just like creative decision-making stuff. Same with this one, but I wanted to talk about some drawing stuff on that one. These are mostly all people that it's not so much about like the drawing stuff. It's more about just like, other creative decisions or where the drawing stuff can impact those creative decisions. How do you get the courage to jump from basic structure to details? Whenever I paint, I always get stuck in the transitions between the secondary forms of the detail. I think that just the notion of detail gets really caught up. Like, there really isn't... Like, things don't have to... a lot of ideas clashing on how to explain this. Like, people think... We associate the word detail with, like, what photos have detail, right? Like pores and eyelashes and like tiny plane changes and all that stuff. But there's like incredibly beautiful general stuff that is stupidly descriptive and is stupidly, maybe detailed, but it's not at all. Like that's why I love any of the Ecole stuff, because like it's not detailed, but like it still has details. Right? Like I'm trying to find a good example on the website. And like, fuck, who's like a good catter? Who's like a more like anime or like stylized artist that has stuff that's very, very simple, but like really beautifully built? I'm sure you have a really good suggestion for this. But for the French academic stuff, like we don't need to just like add shit to make it detailed, right? Like even this. Yeah. Let me pull something up. Where is this in my files? Valorant artist. Yeah, Valorant artists are pretty good. Yeah, Leyendecker is okay. Yeah, Leyendecker is good suggestion. I gotta lock in. I gotta navigate my file system real quick. One sec. Okay, this is a drawing that John Singer Sargent made when he was studying at the French Academy of Fine Arts, the École des Beaux-Arts. This was they did like an ornamental, like architectural drawing competition where they, instead of, choosing their normal figurative casts or whatever, they did, this is like a big, massive, I can show you guys. Rob Liberace Sargent cast École. He went and saw this drawing in person, and he also saw what this is drawn from. They just have a bunch of this shit at the École that they've made casts of all sorts of beautiful stuff from all over the world. Oh, I think you guys heard that sound, which is funny, because my audio's not routed correctly. And like, this is a detailed drawing, right? But it's also made by oh, Devin's a good example. Yeah, Craig Mullins too. Good ideas. But in terms of detail, actually, like when you get in close, like if all you ever see is Rob's photo, that's this one, right? Like you're fucked. You're never getting this good. You suck at art. You're probably never going to make something that's this good, right? Like that's just how it feels to look at a photo like this. Because you zoom in, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I see how he did it. He was perfect. He was better than me. But when you actually get to zoom in on these like really close, you can actually see that they're like spectacularly simple. They're well executed, but they're like spectacularly simple. Like look at these little faces. Like this is really simple stuff. Everything is executed very well, but like if you guys lock in, these lines aren't even like perfectly straight. He didn't even do like a long pulled line here. He just kind of like dashed it out. Like, this is really well executed. It's really nice. But like, any one part of this isn't the most complicated thing in the world to draw. And like, anyone could learn to draw something like this, right? Like, this is the type of like big picture stuff that I'm telling you guys about. This is like second level forms where like you got the big oval of the head, and then you kind of drag out these forms a little bit more and get like a little bit more specific. Right. And same with like, yeah, let's look at Devin. I think Devin's a good example of this. Same with like Devin's work. Where's his website? Oh, it has an ArtStation logo for some reason. Like, Devin's exceptionally good at this stuff. Like, Devin's invested all of his skill points into this. Where, like, he can make these... you can't zoom in and out on it. But, like, he makes these incredible compositions that, like, inherently are detailed. Like, this is probably what people would perceive as detailed. But really, like, if you get in on any of this stuff, like, it's all just like flat groups with textures. There's like a little bit of value change in here, but this is pretty much just like abstract forms. And Devin would be the first one to tell you that. Like, these are just a bunch of like abstract shapes and colors that are really, really well designed. But there's not like any sort of like super complicated modeling. It's just that everything is put together exceptionally well. Like, Devin has a really good understanding of form and drawing. Like, it's not, if you only rely on like just looking at stuff, it's really hard to get to this point. You can technically, but it's tough. Having a deeper understanding of form and drawing and the three-dimensionality of things. But I don't think Devin's the type of person, he's been doing this for a long time, so he probably has studied at some point, but I don't think he's really the type of person that, knows all the fat pads on the face and like, can draw skulls in every different rotation with every plane, mapped out. Well, he's pretty good at drawing planes of the face. He's done that a lot. He does these little drawings of the Isaro head that he has. He's done tons of them, and a little mannequin head. Like, you guys can buy this and set it up and just like practice drawing it from a bunch of different angles and do little sketches and experiment. It's a great exercise. But he's not like the most overly technical person ever, but I think he's really, really good at understanding like how those big things connect, those big simple ideas connect to each other, and how to use that simplicity to like imply detail. So, I think detail is kind of what you make out of it. And there's like not a single drawing in the world that's as detailed as there's not a single drawing in the classical drawing that's as detailed as this right here. But we don't hail this as like the holy grail of classical art. Yeah, Devin's daily sketches are so cool to look at because they're just, like Jacob said, 3 dots and a line, and you know exactly what it is. It'll be like a street lamp with like a bush behind it, and it'll just be like 3 blobs of color, and you're like, oh, yeah, I see that. So, it's the, like I said in my year-end review video, if you guys haven't seen that, it's the fucking... It's the Path of Exile skill tree, like it's the overly complicated system. There's a billion, it's the overly complicated system with a billion different choices you can make to spec your character into doing whatever you want. And you can, Devin is someone who has heavily invested himself in the simplification aspect of that. He's like incredibly good. He's got strong drawing skills, probably not the strongest drawing skills in the world, compared to like some sort of like crazy Russian dude. But strong enough to, make his simplification, his big picture read, his understanding of color harmony, he's super spec'd into like composition. you know, strong enough to enable that. So your skill build's going to wind up being different. Min-maxer. Where are his dailies? He doesn't do them super often nowadays, but they're on his Instagram stories. You should just follow him on Instagram. Oh, isn't there a Bouguereau quote where... Yeah, that's a great quote. I can actually pull that one up super quick. Jake SOL to the moon. I'm sure that's a shit coin, but I have no idea what the fuck crypto that is. Where... I have that quote. Like right here. Fuck, I was just looking at it like literally 2 days ago. I know where to find it. Should be like right here. Is Bouguereau talking about... Yeah, here it is. The best way to show this. Let me do this. How do I put this on screen? Oh, I'll put it in Photoshop. This is Bouguereau, one of the greatest artists of all time. During that period of my studies, around 1846, when progress was slow or almost nil, when no one was willing to provide the explanations my soul craved for, I experienced, it was just after my arrival in Paris, many discouraging weeks. I was in this state of mind one day when strolling through the Louvre. I saw the casts of the Parthenon pediment, right? So ancient Greek sculpture, just like the French love to draw. How can I describe the emotion that I felt? A veil fell from my eyes. Never have I experienced such a deep and intense joy. What was it that I saw in those wonderful plasters? I understood the subtlety of accents. In contrast with large planes is what makes drawing great. This truth, which I have yearned for all my life to express and which still drives me on, is the secret of art. It applies to composition as well as to drawing proper. It is the principle that must guide both the young beginner and the fully developed artist. Right, so what he's saying is he saw some, he's looking for these exacting answers. He's discouraged. He's not getting what he feels like, he needs to learn. He's discouraged. I mean, it's great to hear Bouguereau saying that he feels like shit because he's not good, This is before he was Bouguereau, he's lowercase Bouguereau or something. 1846, very early on. I don't know if he'd already graduated. No, just after my arrival in Paris. This is just when he first started, getting to the école. And he looks at this Greek sculpture, this cast of a Greek sculpture, and he says, he finally sees it. He sees the big planes and how they're contrasted by sharp accents. And that's what creates, contrast. That's what creates the feeling of form. That's what creates the feeling of harmony. What I've yearned for all my life to express and which still drives me on is the secret of art. It applies to composition, big ideas, contrasting against subtle accents is what drives composition, and it drives, drawing down and painting down to the simplest elements. Same thing with writing, implied detail. Yeah, okay, so long tangent about detail, but that's just what's up. First of all, I love you all who tried this one because it's the hardest of the three because it's two figures and it's two figures interacting, and everyone who did it did really well. Who did this one? This is like some stumping action. Who did this one? Speak up. Oh, it's like York. Have you done a stump figure before? From York, me, as image. Have you been doing some stump figures? This is very nice. You're getting the big plane changes down, and there's some like relative contrast, or some, you know, we have dark cloth here and then light cloth, and the shadow on the dark cloth is darker than the shadow on the light cloth, which is good. I didn't recognize a real stumper until I zoomed in and saw it close. Yo, thank you, personal Eleutherial Mania. Thank you. Welcome to Artist. Welcome to Artist. I'm working too big for stumps? No. You're not working too big for stumps? Your stumps just ain't working big enough for you. See this bad boy? That's the realness. I wish I could tell you. Oh, wait, if you're in Europe, you can probably find these. The brand is Milan. Okay, these are the best stumps ever. It's very hard to find in America. You have to find a European store that'll ship them to you. But if you're in Europe and you can find them easily, they're the best, and they make big stumps. Any bigger would hurt. You wouldn't really want anything bigger than that. Yeah. That like length to width ratio is just right. Cool. Yeah, I really like this one. I like this little motif you put here. Like, this is, so for the people that tried to make more like compositions out of this, you know, Katie did one later I'll talk about. I actually really like this motif. I like the colors you used. I actually love this blue. This blue looks so good with this orange. There's a lot here that's really nice, and you know, it very much so reminds me of like a Leyendecker or something. And I'm gonna end up repeating the same things. That I've said a million times here. But like the power of Leyendecker is like those same exact groupings. And the more you can simplify things and work them out so that they can be grouped together more efficiently, the better and the stronger anything graphic will read. Actually, it doesn't need to be graphic. It's just the stronger everything will read. That's the truth of art, as Bouguereau put it, right? The big planes contrasted with subtle elements, right? And Leyendecker is exceptionally good at that. Sorry, I made myself laugh there. Oh, I need to reset the Photoshop. I broke, I'm sorry. Dude, I'm funny sometimes. Sometimes I can't hold it in. And like doing some practice sketches to the side, like working out little shapes, how you want to compose stuff, how you want to group stuff together. I know I'm reading chat and laughing too. I think it's really, really nice for getting something like this right. Because if you're using markers, it looks like you have, like, you can only do so much, right? Like you only have one shot at it, is what I mean. And so however we can kind of group this stuff together. And this is actually, I have been drawing a lot of armor recently and designing armor. I am not good at it, so you shouldn't take advice from me. But you will, because you are a fool. When we design like pieces of armor like this, well, first, we really want them to like kind of stand out from each other. So again, like some accents that kind of pushes them out from each other, whether you use like a Sharpie or black marker or a pen, just to make like a little bit of contrast lately. Or not lately, but a little bit of contrast that kind of breaks the silhouette in between the pieces too, and shows the separation. You know, maybe we could just push sort of separation down the shadow. Fuck, I was gonna use that meme that some guy made in JDD chat as the stream starting soon image. That was so funny. I gotta try to remember to do that next time. Any way that we can make this stuff stand out from each other, and then once we kind of understand the form of it better and how this breaks down, like then we can more clearly kind of group stuff together. And so I like all this highlight you have here. Just kind of like giving some space to break up some of this chaos would be very good. Right. And like, it's just stuff that you're gonna have to do off to the side. And do like a trial run of her face or a trial run of his armor or whatever before you kind of jump into the final. It's the only way to do it with like these permanent mediums, and that's the strength of digital, but it's also the weakness of digital. So there's nothing wrong with doing it traditionally. People have been doing that for a while. And, you know, there's just some areas where I think we're just getting a little bit too... Things are kind of jumping out of their value groups because they're not put in cleanly enough, because they're kind of like hatched in. So you can have like all the crazy colors you want. But I just want to see you kind of like group stuff together and like remember your lights and darks a little bit more. And also be just a little bit more intentional about like the shapes that you make. But otherwise, it's like really cool. And I really love this little motif. You know, maybe it's not marker actually. Maybe it's like wash. You see the washiness in here now? It is Oblivion music. It's not Skyrim music. Zoomers, Gen Zs. As far as the rest of these, I feel like, yeah, you're just missing some like accents, right? Like you're just mixing, like you have some accents in here, but like I think you're one of those people that is really good at getting kind of the general feel down, but you are maybe a little bit timid approaching, like the secondary forms. And we want to fix that. And I think the prescription I have for all of you in that category, and I'm about to come up on like the big category of this. All of you too, which I've already given this prescription to most of you many times, is I think I want to encourage, I've told this to Jacob a million times now, kind of smaller sketchbook work, working 8x10 or, 9x12 in your sketchbook. I'll show you guys what I've been up to recently. None of this stuff is like very good because I'm new to it. I'll show you the better ones, and eventually you'll probably see all of them. But, whatever sources you have, like pick a book. There's some 19th century books on my website. Recently I was studying there's a book by Tom Fox, and he's got like a bunch of like head breakdown, planar breakdown diagrams. You can just pull a bunch of like anatomy diagrams off of Pinterest too. Just make a board of a bunch of anatomy diagrams on Pinterest, or character designs that you like, or whatever it is that you like. And, make 5-minute drawings, like time yourself and make 5-minute drawings. These over here are all 5-minute drawings. And then I'm trying to learn to draw from imagination. These are all from imagination, right? So, these ones are from reference on the left side. And like 5-minute drawings, 20-minute drawings, 40-minute drawings, like whatever. You guys just like need some amount of like active repetition in doing this stuff that like the stump stuff, like longer work doesn't give you. The longer work is really good. You guys are getting really good at like hitting the big general groupings, but just pick an anatomy book or whatever and just start doing sketches, whether it be in pen or pencil or whatever, and just break shit down You know, do foreshortening, focus on hands, you know, like, I can't see shit. You know, these are 5-minute drawings doing foreshortening stuff, right? Fuck, where do I go? I go this way. I can't see shit when I go this way. You know, and plan shit out. Learn how to break down a face into more planes, how to convey it quickly. When you have to do stuff quickly, you learn how to simplify stuff. You learn what you need and what you don't need. And you know, you're going to make a bunch of shitty drawings. There's a bunch of shitty drawings I'm skipping past right now. I don't care. I'm not going to show them to you. And you don't got to show them to anyone else. That's probably most of the ones I'll show you guys. You know, so... yeah. Oh, this was like... I really can't show you what's on the other side because it's like my worst drawing ever. These are some like drapery diagrams from Pinterest, right? Like this stuff is helpful. I drew a bunch of them. Then I should probably, if I want to commit it, draw it from memory a little bit, draw it from imagination a little bit. You know, imagine what it would look like in a different position. Do that for hands. Do it for faces. You know, just look up like anatomy diagrams or whatever. All the ones that show up on Pinterest, when you Google like anatomy, face breakdowns or whatever, if they're in red chalk, they are made by Ramon Hurtado. That guy is like 30% of Pinterest anatomy diagrams and nobody even knows it. It's crazy. And if you want to get them more specifically, then we go through some faster sketching exercises in me and Ramon Hurtado's course and full form breakdowns for the face, if it's just for the portraits. But on my website, halftonestudio.art, everything you need to know about drawing. Bad, bro? I can't even draw that. But I can't draw hands. Well, you can't draw hands because you can't draw hands. So you need to draw hands to learn how to draw hands so that you can draw hands. Right? Yeah, there's a bunch of like quick pose websites. In the past, I've been very against pose references online or not like against them as a concept, but like every pose reference online is like this insane dynamic double backflip pose that is just ridiculous. And I really like more of like the more basic classical poses, and those are really important because they help you learn like proportions and getting things right. But I do see very recently, and I might go back on this, so it's a couched position. I do see like the advantage of just crazy dynamic foreshortened poses that don't make any sense. They are pretty good if you're doing faster sketching. If you have like an okay understanding of form already, they're pretty good at helping you understand, you know, foreshortening and stuff like that more intuitively. Yeah, literally just get good at hands. Exactly. Hands are the hands of the hands. It's that simple, really. So I think there's some level of just repetition and like learning how to break down a hand into boxes and what are the primitive forms of a hand and, you know, what are the planes of an eye and how does this artist that I like draw eyes? Well, I'm going to just, you know, sketch a bunch of them quickly. And what are the simplifications? You know, what are the planes of a nose? I'm going to draw that out. You know, don't spend forever on that shit. Just sketch it out. You know, do it a handful of times, try to recall it from memory, and then do a longer study and try to apply it, you know? I think that's kind of the thing that's missing, right? People will draw a lot of anatomy diagrams and then never apply it, or people never use it from memory or imagination. So you got to do like all three. My hands are really not that good. I'm really not that very good at drawing hands. I need to lock in on hands. I need to do that, but for hands. That's kind of... I've been trying... I want to learn how to draw more like stylized faces, so I've been kind of doing a little bit more of that stuff, but I'll get to like hands and feet, you know, sooner rather than later. It's passes, you know? You can't just go through the body and learn every bone and muscle. You have to like... The first time you go through, you learn like 5%, and then you go through again, and you learn like 10%. Then you go through again, and now you're up to like 15%. You got to do it over and over and over and over again, and you got to keep using it, and again, you got to apply it. Like if you just only book learn, you're only ever going to get to like 70%, right? if you apply stuff and you do your own projects and you do stuff from imagination and you do stuff from memory and you do longer works that are composed by you, that's how you push from like, 70-80% to the 100%. Otherwise, you're just not going to do it. Or if you do, learn it, it's going to be in like the most boring, stiff way possible. Yeah, Ramon's got a short on his Instagram. He doesn't have a lot of shorts, so I'm sure you can find it. The hand is the McDonald's fry box, something like that, and it's pretty good. It's a great little simplification. Ramon's so good at that stuff. Got it. So I'm gonna need to draw 250 boxes. Yeah, I'm less against drawing boxes than I have been in years. I've swung back in this a little bit. Like, drawing boxes is somewhat important. But it's just it's not important if you only draw boxes, because then you're only good at drawing boxes. You're really not even good at drawing boxes because you don't know how they like actually work in real life when you put them next to each other and stuff. And you can draw all sorts of boxes while you draw hands and heads and eyes and feet and everything. There's boxes and everything. So just do the everything with the boxes instead of the boxes with the everything. Sometimes I draw over stuff, but sometimes it's just okay to move on with stuff, right? Like, the question was, do you draw over quick studies, or do you leave them when you're done with them? 5 minutes, if you're new to this stuff, maybe 10 minutes. But the point of it is that you have to chop. If you're trying to draw a whole figure in 5 minutes, you have to choose something, right? You can't break down all the forms. You can't draw like all the fingers normally. I mean, actually you can, but you have to choose to chop something off. If you never do faster stuff, you are never going to understand how to prioritize or how to, move stuff, move the process of things properly. So 5 minute drawings are really good at kind of like getting really good at like getting basic proportions, getting good at like getting the proportions of the figure. As long as you have some sort of reference, which I talked about in the last critique, to understand the basic standard proportions for the figure. If you understand those basic proportions of figures like I described, and then you draw a ton of 5 minute drawings and you think about that every time, you're going to get better. And then you need to do some like 40-minute drawings or hour-long drawings or whatever in order to kind of give yourself time to double check and lock in on some stuff. You need to do some like 5-hour drawings so that you can really give yourself some time to fix your mistakes and to see stuff and to make changes. And you need to give yourself time for 12-hour, 20 hours. When you start getting to painting, the time multiplies. So maybe 20, 30 hours for longer painting stuff. But if you just are new to art and you try to sit down and spend 30 hours on something, you're going to have no idea what to do because you don't know how to see far enough into the screen or whatever, the page. Yeah, the time limit with the 15-minute dailies really helps me understand this stuff. Yeah, I think the 15-minute daily stuff in my Discord is great. Not Tobias Forge. Yo, thanks for joining up, for becoming an artist. Welcome to Artist. Welcome to Artist. Oh, okay. This one is pretty nice. And I think there's like some bigger grouping stuff. I'm going to have to kind of just move on here, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this one, then move on. But you skipped me, Jake. But Jake, you skipped me. Yeah. Okay. The girl that I talked to down here, the drawing I did this one for, I think a lot of that stuff applies in like how we group and how we style stuff. Where some of these accents are getting a little bit just too strong, and we're starting to see how things divide. You're a little bit better at it than the one I did the critique for, but it's like a lot of the same stuff where there is just another more general idea that we can hit on how we group this stuff together. I kind of wonder if you are like, picking the color off of the reference. Maybe you're not, because this is totally different. No, you're not. You're working in a super conservative value range. I would, be bold, make some decisions about this stuff. Like, if you want to work in a really tight range, that's fine, but I don't think it's like doing you any favors here. Like you can push stuff down darker and bring stuff up lighter, and I think it would allow you to have more room to like make the highlight on the shoulder feel stronger, to make the highlight dancing down the sleeve and off of this, on here. I wouldn't put it there. Like a little bit stronger. It feels kind of too strong when I do it now because there's just a big jump in between these groups. But now we have expanded the range of our drawing. So we just have more room that we can make the leap between these things with now. And so we have more room to describe things with. We don't want to give ourselves like all the room in the world. We want to simplify stuff, but we can push our groupings a lot more in this. And I think it will work. And I would kind of recommend a lot of like the drawing stuff that I've recommended for everyone else, for you too. This stuff is just a little bit strong. It just can be like clearer plane changes, clearer groupings, a little bit like stronger design on this stuff. I feel like this looks really good, but this is just a style that I think, this sounds mean, I think like you're hiding your weaknesses. I don't know what exactly it is, but just the way you have rendered and approached this, I think you are working in a way that's very comfortable for you. And you worked to make sure this looked like the photo reference and it looked really good, but I don't see like a lot of like risks in decision making. And I bet if I like watch some, 10-minute drawings or, if I looked at a 3-hour or 12-hour figure drawing, I would see a lot more mistakes than I'm seeing in here. Because kind of if you let people spend a bunch of time on stuff, then they can kind of like hide a lot. But if you like look at the process of how this stuff works, then you end up getting a lot more information out of it. We can kind of like group some of this together a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, very good though. Very good. Oh, guys, 182 of you in chat. I don't know what the next challenge is. Okay, I need to post it tomorrow morning. I would love not to spend 3 hours tomorrow morning. Maybe it doesn't take 3 hours, but like an hour and a half, 2 hours, looking for references. What should the next challenge be? I'm at a crossroads. I am slightly bored of just doing like portrait, cast, copy, portrait, cast, copy. Maybe copy would be good. I think when I do like designy ones, maybe I just have to push it more because people will just follow suit. When I do designy ones like composition sketching or something, we get a lot less turnout, which isn't a problem. I was thinking for one of them doing like boss fight or character design or something like that. The problem is like I just am not super good at that type of stuff. It's hard for me to critique. I'm learning it. I'm getting better at it. I will be able to critique it in 3 months, 6 months, whatever. Don't really feel super strong about it right now. And I think it's best to kind of give some sort of fundamental curriculum for this stuff. Or like to have it be kind of a basic curriculum, like stuff that you would show up to school and study and not normally do, like the casts, like the figures, like the portraits, because it's good practice for everyone. So I'm not sure, and that's the thing with like anatomy too. Like anatomy sounds fine, but like, I don't know how that would work. And it's like I can't really give critiques, and I guess I don't have to, but I would love to do a stream again in 2 weeks. I can't really give critiques on like a drawing from imagination. I could on a character design or something like that, or a composition on a chosen theme. The Discord's in the description. Like if I say like learn anatomy, I'm gonna get like a bunch of half-assed, lazy drawings of like muscle diagrams and like nothing else, right? Like I have to structure this stuff very specifically, or else the sheep need to be herded. All right, they need a herd dog. I'm like an Australian shepherd. It would be kind of cool. Change the mood of a painting. That would be kind of interesting. Maybe something more specific, like a fantasy head, like a goblin head or something. And then if we did like a goblin portrait or something like that, then we can do all the same like planes of the face stuff, but then just like morphing it and stretching it and squashing it. That'd be fun. Maybe that's what we'll do. Airbrush. The airbrush study challenge. I could fuck with a goblin head. Maybe that's an interesting one. I did want to just like go through Lord of the Rings, and just personally, this is not a challenge. I did want to go through Lord of the Rings and just like pause on every scene and make like a 20-second little composition sketch, because there's a lot to learn from that. Oh, okay. I'm getting tired, guys. I'm getting tired. So you're gonna get some lazy critiques because I've kind of said it all. For you, it's very nice. It's very nice that it's the same shit I'm gonna say to these guys, but like a little bit more severe. As there's kind of just a lot of focus on like the big value read is actually kind of fine, but I think like you're pushing this down to black and this down to black. Like the whole robe is it is dark. I mean, this gets like a little bit light, but nowhere near this light. You're matching the same lightness in the robe as you are to the hair or the skin or whatever. So we got to be careful about our groups of stuff. Remember that a black piece of cloth in the light is darker than a white piece of cloth in the sunlight. Even if we hold them right next to each other, getting the same amount of light, something that has a darker local color is darker. And the robe is darker. So the whole robe should be treated as one mass, one group, even if it gets lights and darks. They exist within the color of the robe. Same goes for the skin, same goes for the hair, same goes for the crown. So just compare things back to the lightest and dark and keep an eye on that. Hard brush challenge is kind of a good idea too. Order composition. Yeah, I want to do another composition challenge. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure I want to do it like this week or this challenge, but I'm not sure. Yeah. You guys spam fire emojis for Lord or composition challenge, and then like 5 of you show up for King Arthur composition challenge. What about that? This is really nice. There's a lot of stuff that is working really well here, but I think some of the grouping on this stuff is... Well, this is really nice, actually. Yeah. I think you could be like a little bit clearer. Like you're in some of these areas, I think you can, and this is like a pretty mild critique. This is nice. I think you could have a little bit like some of this stuff is merging together and it's only being brought out by like the accents, like these darker bits in between. And I think you can, just in general recognize. It's funny, I looked at this portrait and tried to stylize it all day. And at first I drew all these kind of folds in more specifically. And then once I sat back and I squinted my eyes and I realized there's actually an even bigger simplification that I was missing, and it's like this whole area is darker, right? And then we get like the beard in here. Right. And like this bit of light, it's bright here, and then it kind of like spills down like this. And it comes in like this. Same over here. It comes around, it spills down like this. Like this is like a super simplified version of this. But actually, you know, look at this. We really don't lose a lot of information on this one. Even though this is like an insane simplification, like I had a lot of those folds early on, and I ended up realizing that I actually didn't need them quite as much because I could get kind of the essence of the big forms. And I'm not telling you that you need to get rid of every fold, although I think some folds are like a little bit like copy based, but rather that I think you can just kind of push some of this stuff together a little bit more. Make sure there's kind of clearer changes on here. Make sure that the brightness of these highlights kind of rolls off as it goes down. Some of these groupings are just like a little bit, and it's hard to tell the photo too. I think like we can really get some nice hard edges on this stuff. Like hard edges are your friend. Especially like in here too, I notice it a lot. I think there's just a little bit too much description going on when really it's just like we got light kind of going from the top and the side and the front plane of all this stuff. Ignore I chose the ugliest color I could for this. You know, we get a much stronger read if we allow ourselves to simplify things like that. So like you're doing, I think, actually a lot really nice. I really like a lot this in general. But I think like some of the groupings and stuff could be a little bit stronger. And like the edges in between things. Another one that I really like was this one. I'm reading chat, sorry. I should read the chat out loud, but if I read out loud, it just wouldn't make any sense. This is one I liked. I really like the hat design on here. I love the hat design. I like all of this too. I like these little like lanterns and stuff coming down. The only thing I would tell you to improve on this is I think there's just like some clarity and drawing stuff, right? Like you're good at composing stuff. You're good at designing stuff. And I think that there's just like drawing stuff that you could improve. Like the same kind of form and portrait stuff that I was talking about earlier. Like we really don't need to have like this nose cutout is like, this nose cutout is just like this, you know? And like you have such nice design in all this stuff that we don't, it's like it's a shame to see. It's a shame to see that design not get applied to some of the smaller details. And I watched a Cynics video last night. That's really good. And Cynics was talking about how to design good shapes. And I like this analogy a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot. Essentially, you should think of your shapes like a room full of crowded people that just got set on fire. And if your shape is like this, you know, and the fire exit's here, people are going to scramble around like this and bump into each other and then get stuck in this chokehold and get banged up on all these walls. It's a mess, right? So we want to like build a room that kind of flows to a point. I'm on the layer. Right, like we want to build a shape that kind of flows towards something. And I think with a style like this, you're losing a lot of opportunity for those shapes by like yielding your way to like copying the photo reference. Whereas, like, you know, not every one of these folds, this is kind of what I was telling the last person, but a little bit more, you can push it a lot more in your case, like, needs to be in here. Like, I don't think that all of these are really doing that. And same with some of the stuff on here. And I see it too, you know, again, like, just because, like, when you're designing a portrait, like, whether it's you're doing something that's super stylized or super realistic, like, you're always picking apart and looking at those shapes and designing them and trying to make them interesting, no matter what. And so I think if you know, keep improving on, like, you know, drawing the planes of the face and stuff, you're going to be able to apply that same design to, you know, the accuracy of this as well. And push those ideas a lot further. I don't know if that makes sense, but just like slightly clearer design. You can have it be as chaotic as you want or not. You know, I'm not telling everyone that you have to simplify everything. Krista, basically a lot of the same type of design stuff that I've been talking about, I want to lump you in, especially with the sketching advice that I gave. You should pick up sketching frequently. You know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, not more. Do figures, do portraits, like, work on capturing the big forms, capturing the proportions, because, you know, I tell you the same thing every time about being, like, a little bit too stiff, about rounding stuff off. Like, nothing is going to teach you that like sketching more frequently. So especially with the people that are, like, good at getting the big read, like, that advice is more important than anything else. And I like, you know, what you're trying to do with some of this stuff, where you're, like, flowing, you know, it looks like maybe you tried to make the beard look longer, you put the cup into the hand, but it loses some of the organization, you know, especially with, like, the technique and the values in the clothing are basically the same as the beard. And so, like, you kind of get lost in what is the beard, what is the clothing. And, you know, I know you're working like graphite here. I'm not telling you to make every drawing with charcoal and stump, but you do need to make a decision at some point about, like, where you want the line to be. So, you know, like, maybe just making the beard, like, all darker. You know, and then keeping, you know, then it would separate, and maybe, like, a few accent lines. But I really think, honestly, like, as much as I could critique this, I think just the sketching advice would make you improve more than anything else. I really think that, like, art critique is one thing, and it's helpful and nice to get critique, especially from, like, when you don't know what's wrong. But there's, like, very seldom, unless you're working on, like, a specific illustration or portfolio piece or something, like, it's very rare that one critique, one draw over is, like, really going to change stuff. And the much more effective idea that people don't like as much because it's less flashy is, you know, telling people, okay, go do this exercise a little bit and, like, come back and report the findings. And I'm going to talk about your composition later, Katie, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And it's, like, the same shit for you, I think. Where, like, there's just areas where I think, you know, maybe you're not, like, as confident in the form of the hand, and the fingers and stuff in here, and all the folds, and especially where you've been doing, like, the character concepts and stuff. Like, nothing is going to help you more than just breaking stuff down into, like, interestingly designed shapes with harder edges. Because I think that where you're confident on, like, I like the form of this beard a lot. It looks nice. Where you're confident on is, like, executed pretty well. And then like where you're less confident on the drawing of, it just gets like messier and softer. Like the edges kind of get blurred into each other. So, there's like a prescriptive mix of learning the form and studying the drawing stuff. Or, if you really don't want to do that, you should, but stylizing more interesting shapes and like pushing the flow and the design, the composition of those shapes. You will max out on your knowledge eventually, based on how restricted you are from your drawing. But you're not at that point, and you could probably go a lot further just like, making harder edge stuff. And you see it all the time in the concept Discord that you're in, I'm sure, where people do those like Google Maps plein airs, and like the shapes that they're making from that is like insane. They're super flowy and nice. What is this? Oh, it's a brushstroke. So this group of people, I've already talked about pretty much every piece of drawing that could possibly be talked about going through here. And so now you have waited until the next morning, and you've skipped to this point in the video, and you're really excited that I'm going to give you a critique. And now I'm just going to say like a few sentences and move on. So sorry, but you got to just learn the things that I've told everyone else. It's not just for them, it's for you too. Because there's like some of those like value stuff here. But the reason why I stuck all these ones together is because they're all people who I think are followed my path very well. Like you guys listen to all the shit that I say. You've picked up the charcoal and stump. You're all good at it. You're all good at getting the general effects. Your proportions are all pretty clean. You have like a basic understanding of the form and structure. But like, you're just not able to push into like the secondary forms, the more detailed ideas of forms. Some of you are like leaning on like some symbol-y stuff a little bit. Like I said, there's a very, very fine line between the drawings that were up here and the drawings here. And you're not getting some more of those like subtle value transitions quite so much. And I think the way that you fix that is what I already said, right? I think learning about specific pieces of anatomy through more rapid sketching, time it if you want, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. With anatomy, sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but getting comfortable drawing the face, basic rotations from memory, from imagination, drawing, pull up a planar head from Sketchfab. The Loomis basic planar head is on Sketchfab. Rotate it around, spend a couple hours making 20-minute drawings of that and different rotations of the different planes. Get comfortable, as soon as you're done with something like that, as soon as you're done any form drawing exercises, close the reference, turn the page, and just sketch those ideas again, just from memory, or try to bridge the gap to another location. You cannot skip that part. You have to do that part. I'm serious. I don't care how bad it is. You have to do that part. It's more important than any other part. Do some form drawing exercises. Learn some different planes, some more detailed breakdowns. I'm already 4 hours into the stream. I can't, show you guys like every plane of the face and body. Even just going on Pinterest and looking up, anatomy diagrams and stuff. There's a lot of crap. There's a lot of slop, but there's a lot of really good and helpful stuff on there too. Find the stuff that's simple, that makes sense, that's memorizable, that you can work from. And then, apply it to photos too. Go and find those form breakdowns in photos too. And zoom in on the French drawings so that you can, look at how they get those more delicate planes, those more sophisticated plane changes and subtle plane changes. Because the big read on all of this stuff is really good. And it's just like a little bit in the soupy category. Barring Oksana. Oksana's actually, well, yeah, it's basically the same. I actually put Toko over here. Toko, you're pretty good at that stuff, actually. Just because you've been practicing it for a little bit longer. Sometimes there's just like big shape ideas that you're not getting. And like just little stuff where like just the neck on this one is just like a little bit too long. And probably the head's like a little bit too small. And there's like little ideas with shape that I think would like drastically improve everything you do, but it's hard to be super specific and prescriptive about it. Because I think if I do a draw over, I'm just going to put it next to the reference. I'm going to recheck the angles. I'm going to say this head's a little bit too small. And then next time you're going to be like, oh, I have to just get the head more right. But that's not like how it works. Like you don't just, you can keep chasing accuracy forever. But it's a Pyrrhic battle. I don't, that's not exactly the right word, but it's a battle that you can keep chasing forever. It's alluring, but it's always going to be, you need to work harder, you need to be better. And there's ways that you can be smarter. There's like kind of design ideas and composition ideas that make all that stuff, the accuracy stuff, much simpler and much easier. So that you don't have to like put everything on like, I just need to be better, I need to work harder. Which I think is a really important part to make with where you're at. Because I think just like, I've done several years more of just like grinding for better and closer angles. And, I think that it's better to start approaching things from like big shape composition, big form ideas too, like how form fits together. You can certainly do a lot more form sketching. And what's going to reveal those weaknesses is the character design sketches that you're doing. So keep doing the character design sketches from imagination, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm really bad at like knowing where my eye line is, or looking upwards at characters, or I really suck at drawing arms from imagination. Like I need to go study the form and the form and the big ideas, the big planes of the arm and stuff like that, the muscles of the arm. So what you have been doing lately is really good. You are good enough at the fine art stuff that you should let the other stuff fuel the fine art stuff for a little bit. Like you've done you fueled the fine art fire, and it's the fire's going well. Go work on building out the other skill paths, and those will let the fine art fire grow much greater. This is a weird analogy, but it's much better to do it that way, I think, than to just keep focusing on that one, fine art thing. It just becomes excessively, harder and harder and harder and harder. Yeah, okay. Good job to all of you guys. All really, really good. These are all people that showed up and listened to me. And you guys have all improved a lot. Okay, we're almost done here. These are just people that I did made like creative decisions or stuff that I wanted to talk about. And I really like don't have I don't have quite as many like specific recommendations for you guys, because some of you guys are all pretty good at this stuff. So I'm just gonna talk about them. With Katie, I think with this I do have a few things to say. I just put it here because I like that you are the only one that actually made an original composition out of this, so I'm patting your back. I think one thing I learned from Will Weston is that there's like this oval that you can put like in the center of the composition like this. And this is generally where it works best to kind of position your main elements. And I think it's not necessarily, and that's the thing with composition, it's not necessarily like wrong to put the figures off to one side like this, but it does kind of lean the composition like this, right? Like we have this composition that's like maybe like this, and you tried to counterbalance it by doing this over here, but I think what happens is if we enter from left to right, we kind of get like this, and then we get like sent into like the corner. And generally we want to try to pull away from the corners as much as possible. I also think in addition to pulling away from the corners, the way that we want to approach pulling away from the corners, like this is just flat, this log here. And again, like that's not necessarily bad. That could be an interesting design element, but it leaves just like a lot of like flat boxes down here. So I think what I would change about this is maybe we just like, find a way to tilt this log. Maybe so that it even comes forward all the way like this. Let me zoom out a little bit more too. I think it'll be good to zoom out. And now we're like leading into the composition. I think I would also probably maybe try to like put a tree over here or something like that. Some sort of element to in like the mid ground to try and like carry some weight back into this. This is a terrible looking tree, but that's all right. Might not be like pure black. You know, as far as like value stuff, I don't know. This is just like a little sketch, so it's not a sketch that's like super focused on value. You know, what else would I? How else would I push this? There could be some sort of like foreground element too. You know, like it's a very graphic thing. You don't see it so much in classical painting, but especially in like animation and stuff, like you do very frequently see, you know, foreground elements like a tree stump or something in the foreground, and it helps kind of push you into the composition and give like a little bit of context. Like, okay, this is the foreground, and then we have this like big midground area. I just don't like the way this looks. Maybe we're getting to that point of lag. I would certainly have something over here. I'm not sure exactly what it should be. It's probably a tree, but it's just probably a tree drawn by someone who knows how to draw trees well. You know, and you might even be able to do it like this. And then you kind of get like this idea of like a decorative motif, you know, where like if this is some sort of frame or whatever, it has those sort of boundaries. And then the way you can think about this is you have, if you have like dark, medium, light, you can have a light foreground, a medium background, and a medium middle ground, and a dark background. Right? Like this could be your composition, which is kind of interesting if you look at it. It could be a dark foreground and a medium middle ground and light background, kind of like what you have. This would be more like this instead. We kind of group these together a little bit darker. And maybe you could even have like a spot of light hitting them. Something like that. You know, just different ways to like think about this. I would think about just some more set dressing. And I really don't know what that set dressing would look like. I don't know if there'd be like a stump over here, but just like more shit to fill the space. You know, stump with an axe in it over here, and you know, and like some branches or like a bush behind this guy or something, just to like fill the space and to kind of keep the eyes moving around a little bit more. I think would be helpful for a painting like this, because it's just as we have it. I think like a little bit static. Yeah, sure. That's as far as my advice will go on this one. Rule of thirds. Generally, yeah, I don't know. That's as much as I want to give advice on. I still have a lot to learn. A lot to learn about that stuff, so. You can take everything I say with a grain of salt. Poifo, this is sick. Like, this is really cool. I don't even know how you came up with the idea to do this. If this just came to you while sketching, yeah, it's really cool. I know you probably want critique from me or something, but I actually really don't. You know, there's probably some ways that I might group this stuff together, but it looks really good, you know? Yeah, I think it's beyond my reach, to be honest. And that's probably going to say for a lot of you guys. It is a cool stylization, and I think the rendering is well executed, and it looks good. Yeah, I think you did. I think what you did is you made this a little bit darker, and you also fixed the issue of it being too dark in here, and it looks really good. You made the right decisions there. I wish I could tell you more, but I don't have the ability. You did really good. With canvas, dude, I fucking love this guy. This is sick. I like the Ice King canvas. It's really good. I know this is like probably underwhelming for a lot of you in here, but that's just the way it's gonna be. Because it's tougher with the stylized stuff. You know, it's tougher with the stylized stuff. You know, I would just say that there's always room for kind of like form drawing ideas, and it just depends on how deep into like the form drawing stuff you want to go. And, you know, I think you could kind of push the shapes on this guy's face a little bit more. He's got a really unique look. He kind of looks like a oaf or a giant or something. You know, like the way that this guy looks does look sad. But he looks pretty tender, you know, like he doesn't look like a strong, hardened king who's depressed or anything. He looks kind of, he's elongated, stretched, squashed inwards. You know, he looks a little bit tender, kinder. Yeah, he looks nice. And you know, depends on the type of shape language you want. Maybe with this cute penguin back here, that is the type of shape language you want, and that's okay. There are some areas like in the hand here where I think you could strengthen the structure a little bit. You know, just to give like a clearer, like, hey, this is the top box of the hand, and then maybe this gets like a little bit brighter here. Or we have that ramp into the hand, and then we have kind of the side here. And then maybe we could spend a little bit of time. I struggled on this hand too. It's not easy. Kind of like carving out those knuckles a little bit, just to show how they come in and down. So there's like always more room to add a couple more plane changes. For what you do, you have to decide if that's worth it or not, or, you know, if you know those things and you choose them intentionally, then so be it. Or if you know, feel like you could stand to, you know, study a little bit, might be worth it. I think like shape here could be a little bit improved. But you know, with the more creative stuff, I'm hitting my limits. Give me like a year and a half or whatever, and I'll be able to critique this stuff really well. We are working on it. That is what the big 26226 is for. That is the year it is. Jake, how do I manage my values better? The thing is, that's normally what I tell you, Poifo. But I think you're managing them pretty well. This has like a Blizzard-y style look to it. Like they are, like you have a lot going on in your values, but they're not jumping out at me. I've corrected you in the past for them jumping out at me and being a bit too, you know, detailed. And there's probably areas where they might be, but it's just not. I would look at artists that you like. I would make a mood board of artists that handle values in this kind of way. You know, it comes to mind like Blizzard and you know, maybe like WoW art or something. I'm failing to think, or maybe Diablo. Look at Diablo artists. They tend to be really, really chaotic and have a lot going on, but still kind of have good structure. You know, that's the type of stuff that I can recommend to you there. But I'm just not sure otherwise. Yeah. I mean, Kat is better at some of that stuff than I am, so she should give you some advice. Jake, I'm assembling some minis while I watch. Mini what? What are you assembling? Same with you, Bobo. It's like the creative choices versus like knowledge. You know, it's a very impressionistic look, but I do think that there are some areas on this that read a little bit more as like kind of sloppy versus like super intentional decisions. It's hard for me to like draw over and correct it though, because I'm always going to opt for like the super simplified decisions, and it's clearly like not the style that you're going for. So it's hard to make kind of prescriptive advice on or direct advice on this type of work. But you know, again, it's kind of like the same plane changes that I would want to make clearer, kind of study some of that structure a little bit deeper on areas like the hand, maybe, you know, manage some of the values. Like this is the shadow side of the face. This probably isn't really getting that much over here. I can't do like any drawing over. It's going to stand out like a sore thumb. You know, same, maybe just like pushing some of this stuff together a little bit more. You know, especially with like the edges in between things. Like like this sort of chaos on the edges where it's just like confusing about what's going on. Like that's the type of stuff that I think serves you no justice. You can do whatever you want inside of the group as long as the values fit inside of the group, and they do relatively well in many areas. But there's some areas that just read a little bit more as kind of like messy. You know, and then the photo itself, you can always say it's my style, and then I can't critique you at all. But like there is more light fall off as you go down, right? So that feels actually pretty nice. That feels like really good changes that maintains the style. And I really didn't do that much. Just tried to like think about some of the bigger value ideas. It's actually a pretty significant change, I think. Cat, you know, what do I gotta tell you, eh? What do you want me to fucking say? I'm walking here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you get this shit at like the same level that I do, so it's... And it's also like kind of stylized to be Mullinsy. I think you said you were going for an anime style, so I do think you failed at that. But otherwise, you succeeded in everything else. My job is so easy when I talk to everyone else, because I just get to say like, oh, your big value groups are off, or like the basic structure is off. But you're better than me at big value groups, so I really don't have much to say to you. Other than like, be like neater or cleaner, but then it gets into the conversation at this point of like what your sort of vision for the end product would look like. And there's plenty of times where I'm not neat and clean, so it's hard to say. Stuff is working pretty well. You just wanted an excuse to do studies. Hey, thank you. Thank you for saying that I skipped your work, but you still benefited. I appreciate that. Because there's going to be a lot of people tomorrow who come to the stream, and then they see that I skipped their work, and then they don't watch anything, because they only want to watch the 5-minute part that they get. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like some like compositional stuff you could push, where if you like lean off the photo reference a little bit, now that I think of it. You know, like maybe we could... Actually, let's just fuck around a little bit. Like maybe we can kind of try to push this, that's what I'm thinking, like this sort of arcing. This is really nice. I like the blown out background. I think that's a fine creative choice to make. Oops, I need to duplicate this. Yeah, I think if we were to like deviate from the reference a little bit, we could maybe try to push some of this stuff like more. And then maybe you could put like Well, I like the cloth here. I think it is. This is like a little confusing. This is not. There's so many different colors and textures here that it's like hard to tell what it is. Yeah, so I think you could actually push the separation of this stuff a little bit. You know, it's all about. I just came up with this myself. I was looking at the Parthenon pediment the other day, and I thought all of art is contained within the large planes, contrasted with the subtle accents. I came up with that, and I think that advice would really apply to you and help you out. I also think that, like, I was just thinking, like, if you're gonna uwu nuzzle somebody... Whoa, how did I do that? Whoa, what? Am I hitting the wrong button? Oh, I'm getting lied to by Photoshop. Oh, I'm on 2 separate layers. I'm an idiot. But why isn't... What? Why does this always happen at the end of the stream? I don't know, it's all fucked. It's all fucked. I think this like face is somehow on 2 separate layers. I think the head should be like a little bit... Well, she's kind of on his shoulder. I think it could be like a little bit up and maybe even like turned in a little bit. That's just like a storytelling choice though. Yeah, I don't have anything substantive to say without like really thinking about it and planning it out and like looking at different bits of like costuming and stuff that I would put in there. Okay. Jake's stream bingo card would be so good. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. It's always helpful to grab from other people's critiques. The planes on the women's face are too dark. I don't know. It depends. Some of y'all be talking from the back seat, you know? Where's your submission at? Thank you all for coming to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience extravaganza special show. We're still back edition. I really don't have that much else to say, to be honest. I'm just kind of chilling because I've been here chilling for like 4.5 hours now. But I appreciate everybody that submitted, especially those who are new to this stuff and maybe making drawings that they're not proud of. That is more important than anything. I think I got a whole bunch of stuff across. You all did amazing work. You know, especially I can tell we've been doing this long enough now that I've seen a lot of you really go from more basic stuff. Then you've listened to my advice and are now, you know, within this group down here, and that's super cool to see. And we're all still improving and learning and building out those skills, and we're doing it together as a community. That is all.